Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Board of Supervisors here for June 11th. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Adams and Lopez joining us shortly, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference pursuant to AB 2499, which council will speak on.
Yes, Chair. Pursuant to Government Code 54953, Supervisor Alejo is appearing remotely per the Just Cause exception to the Brown Act as he has a contagious illness.
And do we have any?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. I've been sick, as you can tell my voice. It's been 7 days and still haven't felt any better. Thank you.
Yeah, you don't sound very well, so save your voice for the votes and discussion. Any additions or corrections to closed session?
None, Chair.
Okay, then we will call for closed session items 1A through 1D. Is there any public comment on these items? I see none. The board will recess for the closed session items, and we'll now convene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. May we have the roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez joining us shortly and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference pursuant to AB 2499.
And just as per the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Alejo is appearing under the Just Cause exception under Government Code 54953.
Are there any additions or corrections?
There are none.
With that, we'll call for closed sessions item 1A. Is there any public comment? I see none. And we will close for recess for closed session and return at 10:30.
Okay. Diego, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Valerie.
Okay, I can hear you loud and clear. And Anna, can you hear me?
Yes, Valerie, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Our test is good to go.
I'm getting a little feedback.
You sound fine in here, maybe because I'm talking too close to the mic.
Do I sound fine? Sound fine?
Testing 1, 2.
You guys sound fine. I think I hear the echo too, but I think it's my mic.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm hearing echo on the English.
Quinn is going to look into that right now. Hold on one second. Yes, but they talk in the Spanish Zoom. And then I push this button for them to come in. Do I sound like I have an echo? Guys? Diego?
No, the echo is coming from me. I'm hearing my voice really loud when I talk in the English.
Maybe if you turn down your volume on your side? Our
Well,
settings
let
are
me see.
exactly the same. You
Can
sound,
you hear me in the English channel?
I can hear you in the English.
Okay.
Testing 1, 2. Yeah, I'm still hearing it with the volume way down.
You sound perfectly fine in here, so we're not hearing the echo. Okay, perfect.
Must be because I'm calling from this new number.
Yeah,
Let me switch back to my phone.
okay. I'll look for your number to come in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, as well. Thank you, guys. So we're gonna have to wait for Diego too. And somebody's raising their hands in Spanish, and I don't know if I should talk to them. No, but Anna's on there. Let me, I can still talk to people, right? Yeah. Okay. Everyone can still hear you if your mic's on. Okay. Let me see if Anna's there. Anna, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Valerie.
I have somebody raising their hand in the Spanish webinar. I'm going to allow them to talk to see what they need.
Okay, perfect. Hola, SCCB. ¿Pueden abrir su micrófono? Veo que tiene la mano levantada.
Can you ask them to unmute themselves?
Yes, I did.
Ya, ¿me puede escuchar?
Sí, la podemos escuchar, perfecta.
Ok, el chat está disabled, entonces no puedo poner nada en el chat por si quieren abrir el chat, por favor.
We
Ok,
don't.
permítame un momentito.
We don't. Do,
They're asking to open the chat.
we don't open chat for these webinars.
Para ese tipo de reuniones no abren el chat. Va a haber espacio para ese comentario público.
Entiendo, pues gracias. Lo que me interesaba era escuchar el español, muy amable.
No, pero aquí lo
estaré.
puede escuchar.
Sí, perfecto, ya era lo único que quería decir. Voy a quitar mi... Ya,
Perfecto.
voy a quitar mi audio, ¿ok? Bye. Me pongo en mute.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Anna.
Perfecto.
Let me test
You're
Diego
welcome.
now. Let me see. Diego's back in. Hold on one second.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Diego.
Okay, I'm still getting, but not as bad.
You sound perfectly fine on this end, so I'm not sure what's going on. When you're not unmuted in English, are you? No, you're not. You're muted in English. Do you want Anna to do the announcements then, if you're hearing feedback? And I don't know how you can manage it in the interpretation part
Can
of
you
it.
can you hear me now?
Yes?
Yeah. I can do it. It's just a little bothersome hearing myself real loud in the background.
Yeah, I got you.
Kind of
I
weird,
can
yes.
imagine. Okay, we have people coming in, so the test, we're good. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do the opening statement.
Okay, and then remember to add that new part. Sonia had asked for that.
Yeah, I've got that.
Okay, thank you, Diego and Anna. Diego, I'm here.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm still getting feedback.
And I'm just texting you that Quinn is taking a note of it and her and Alex are going to look into it. There was a change where before you guys couldn't be heard in the English Zoom or YouTube, and now that has been updated where you can be heard. So that might be causing the issue. So just bear with us and thank you for moving forward. But that could be the problem. So Quinn's going to talk to Alex about it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. May I have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez joining us shortly and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference today.
And Chair, pursuant to Government Code 54953, Supervisor Alejo is appearing remotely under the just cause exception in that he has a contagious illness.
That is correct, County Council. Appreciate it.
That will, I'll ask for the Spanish interpretation services by Diego Salas, please. Diego's online.
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Diego Celis y en unión con Ana Rueda Vélez seremos sus intérpretes en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que lo escuchemos. Hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tenemos la oportunidad de interpretarle antes de seguir adelante. Y favor de no interrumpir mientras le estamos interpretando. Si está en la sala de reunión y necesitan audífonos para escuchar en español, favor pasar al escritorio del guardia de seguridad para conseguir uno. Todos los audífonos se devolverán cuando abandone la reunión. Para aquellas personas que puedan estar en el webinar en inglés vía Zoom, pero hablan español, también pueden unirse a nuestro webinar en español si así lo desean. El número de identificación del seminario del web en español se puede encontrar en nuestra página web. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. And Pledge of Allegiance, Supervisor Lopez, would you like to lead us?
Please rise and join me in pledging allegiance to our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any additions or corrections to the agenda?
There are none.
First items up are the ceremony resolutions. We have 4 of them. 2 will be presented. Is there any public comment on any of these resolutions? Seeing none, I'll bring it back here to the board.
Approval?
Moved by Supervisor Lopez, second by Supervisor Askew. May I have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Lopez? Yes. Supervisor Askew? Aye. Supervisor Adams? Aye. Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Church.
Aye. With that, we'll go to, let's see, Supervisor Lopez, do you want to present yours first?
It's on? All right. So I'm pinch hitting here today for Supervisor Alejo, who is ill, but he wanted me to take a little time this morning to stop the business of Monterey County, to recognize the LGBTQ plus community as we recognize Pride Month in Monterey County. And specifically, as I read through the whereases this weekend, there were a few that really stood out to me that I want to make sure to take a little time to read here to the community. So if you read the 4th whereas down, it's that we celebrate the progress we've made in creating a community more inclusive and accepting of the LGBTQ plus community, while recognizing that LGBTQ plus individuals continue to suffer discrimination, hostility, and exclusion at almost every level of society, including in areas of housing, employment, healthcare, family law, immigration, religious and marriage equality, and then the one that just hit me in the heart, especially coming from a community where there are so few resources. LGBTQ plus youth are 4 times more likely to attempt suicide. Other than youth, and LGBTQ plus youth raised in households that reject them are nearly 9 times more likely to attempt suicide than those raised in accepting households. And while 7% of youth identify as LGBTQ+, they make up 40% of homeless youth. Those impacts, the fact that by standing up and being who you are and being proud of that and spending this time, this month, acknowledging every single member of our community, hopefully we can help change those statistics. I want to thank you all for your efforts and give you the opportunity to share a few words with us. But once again, want to thank Supervisor Alejo for bringing forward this resolution.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez and Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Alejo came to my wedding, so I just have to say that every time I'm here. Because he'd only known me for a few months. We used to work together. So I just want to say thank you to all of the supervisors being willing to continue to recognize Pride Month and especially to include the Employee Resource Group. I've been to a few flag raisings, a few events with Supervisor Askew so far, and I just really appreciate the allyship that's being shown by the supervisors. I was so excited in 2021 when I saw the flag go up, so I'm so glad we're doing it again today. And I just, on behalf of the ERG, I just want to say thank you for all of your support and willingness to make, to keep us visible as county employees and county residents.
Thank you so much. And before I pass the mic to Jesus, I had to say a few words on behalf of Salinas Pride. I just want everyone to save the date for the 14th annual Salinas Pride, which will be Saturday, October 12th. And the theme will be outlaws. No, not. We didn't go. Spurs and sparkles. Thank you. It's a Western theme, so bring out your cowboy hats. And now it's my pleasure to pass the mic to Jesus.
Hello, everybody. Jesus Ceja here. So I would like to start by thanking the Board of Supervisors for honoring Salinas Valley Pride with this resolution. Because of this and the work each and every one of you has done in your district, the queer community knows that they have a voice in local government, and our younger generations know they are seen. An example many of us wish we had when we were their age. Thank you again, Board of Supervisors, for taking your time to honor and celebrate Pride with us.
And so just to put a fine point on it, because I was not as eloquent as I could have been up front, we were presenting resolutions today to both the ERG, the Employee Resource Group here in Monterey County, as well as Salinas Valley Pride. And I also want to just touch on the point that Eric brought up at noon today. When we break for lunch, we'll be heading down to raise a flag down at the south end of the property here. So if you're still around, please come join us. All right.
Yeah.
Kids to join us, but they said, no, thank you. All right. Next resolution we have is to honor the Parenting Connection of Monterey County for breathing acceptance and respect to all they serve while promoting accessibility and inclusivity in Monterey County. And this is so special and so important. The Parenting Connection has been providing services to parents and new families, mothers and fathers and babies and families for, going on 24 years-ish, and under the name Parenting Connection for just about half that time. So really excited to be here to honor you guys today. So I'm going to read some of our resolution language. Whereas the Parenting Connection of Monterey County knows that in the United States, perinatal mood and anxiety disorders, also known as maternal mental health conditions, are the most common complication of childbirth, impacting at least 1 in 5 pregnant individuals. The Parenting Connection believes that when parents and caregivers thrive, families and communities thrive. I couldn't agree more. The Parenting Connection of Monterey County recognizes that untreated maternal mental health conditions affect the development of the fetus, resulting in an increased risk of physical and mental health conditions in the infant post-birth, impacting the family, the child, the community, and our community health. The Parenting Connection of Monterey County focuses on the complex social determinants of health, including skin color, language, socioeconomic status, immigration status, lack of social supports, fears, stigma. They all influence the likelihood that a birthing person will experience a maternal mental health condition and whether or not they seek treatment. The Parenting Connection of Monterey County is determined and working hard to increase momentum and awareness, to reduce stigma, to expand capacity and training for family-serving agencies and providers on maternal mental health issues. The Parenting Connection for Monterey County's mission is that all families in Monterey County benefit from equitable access to resources that reduce stigma, eliminate barriers, and provide support towards building positive parent-child interactions and family wellness through education and programming from pregnancy to age 5. When caregivers are effectively supported, families thrive and children flourish. So on behalf of the County Board of Supervisors and our residents here in the county, really, really thrilled to present this resolution honoring the incredibly hard work and the commitment to making sure that everybody has access to what they need to be happy, healthy, and successful. So would you guys like to make a comment? Comments, yeah. All right.
Well, thank you so much, Supervisor Askew and the entire Board of Supervisors. It's a really exciting time to be doing this work. There's been a lot of beautiful community being built around this and a lot of momentum, and we're so grateful for the support on all levels. And so, yeah, this kind of stuff is what really helps us stay motivated and, yeah, keep doing the hard stuff.
And I think in large part because of groups like the Parenting Connection and the volunteers and the supporters and the educational providers that have been cultivated through nonprofits like Parenting Connection, we've made tremendous progress in improving our maternal health outcomes here in Monterey County in recent years, including reducing significantly statistically the number of women who receive late or no prenatal care and the access to treatment for maternal mental health disorders and paternal mental health disorders as well. So thank you so much for everything you're doing, and we'll take a quick photo. Did you want to say anything? No? Yeah? Okay.
We'll now move on to appointments, and we have 2 appointments. Is there any public comment on either one of these? Seeing none, moved by Supervisor Lopez, second by Supervisor Askew. May I have a roll call on the appointments approval, please?
Supervisor Lopez? Yes. Supervisor Root Askew? Aye. Supervisor Adams? Aye. Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
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 With that, the motion carries, and we'll move on to, let's see, the consent calendar. And we have items 19 through 39. Is there any public comment on any of these items? I see nobody in the chambers or online. I'll bring it back here to the board. And move approval by Super Lopez.
Second.
My Supervisor Askew. May I have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Lopez? Aye. Supervisor Root Askew? Aye. Supervisor Adams?
Aye. Supervisor
Alejo?
Aye.
Chair Supervisor Church?
Aye. With that, we'll recess the Board of Supervisors and call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. May we have the roll call for that agency, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are here, with Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference pursuant to AB 2499.
And as indicated by the clerk, Supervisor Alejo is attending remotely under the Just Cause exception for contagious illness.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Okay. Is there any general public comments from the Water Resources Agency? See none. For general public comments?
I see one hand raised.
This is for the Public Water Resources Agency and general public comments not on the agenda.
It's Suzanne Worcester.
Yes, Suzanne, do you have you have 2 minutes if you have a public comment on the Water Resources Agency?
Oh, I actually had a general public comment. Did I need to make that at the one right before?
You're talking about general public comment for the Board of Supervisors?
Yes.
That'll be coming up just in a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, we'll move to the consent calendar. There's one item on there. Is there any public comment on this item? I see none. Bring it here for the board for a motion. Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Askew. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Lopez. Yes. Supervisor Askew. Aye. Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Church.
Aye. Okay. With that, we'll recess in the Water Resources Agency and reconvene the Board of Supervisors. Roll call again, please.
Yes. Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference pursuant to AB 2499.
Right. And we'll move on to general public comments. For these are for items not on today's agenda, and you would have 2 minutes. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to talk onto that? And online?
Suzanne Worcestershire.
Yes, Suzanne, you would have 2 minutes.
Hello, yes, I'm Suzanne Worcester, and I'm a resident of the city of Monterey, and I'm very concerned about climate change and the negative impacts it's having already on our community, from more and more intense windstorms and power outages to heavy rains causing flooding, which has affected me as a Cal State professor, not allowing students to get to class. And it's impacted our daily lives and our economy. So I'm urging the supervisors to put the Monterey County Climate Action and Adaptation Plan on the agenda and pass it. And I also urge the supervisors to fully fund the sustainability program positions, including filling the second position that's available in the county. And finally, as today, when you discuss the housing element, I really encourage you to greatly increase affordable housing and reduce the sprawl, which is a major cause of climate change due to all of the traffic, and to please put that new housing much more near developed areas with essential amenities so that people can walk and bike locally to get food and the things they basically need. And affordable housing is just, I can tell you as a homeowner how challenging it has been to change homes because everything's being bought by second home owners, and it's a huge problem in our area. So thank you very much if you will pay attention to those tasks. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else online?
Phone number ending in 837.
Yes, number 837, you have 2 minutes on items not on today's agenda. Phone number 837. Please go ahead.
Yes, Brian Rosen here. I'm very concerned that Monterey County is going to lose a lot of money because the state is now requiring that TAMC has to buy back the rail corridor since they didn't meet the requirement of, putting in some kind of rail or doing some kind of work within 10 years. And also the CTC found that the surf busway was not a legal use for the corridor because it was required for rail. So that's $30 million, and the executive director can do smoke and mirrors and say, oh, it's not going to cost us anything, but it's going to take money from Monterey County, and it would definitely be worth trying to negotiate something. $30 million is a lot of money. It could be as much as $30 million with the high cost of land these days. I tried calling MST, and I get beeped at, and I called the executive committee during Zoom at 9 a.m., and I'm not allowed to comment because I was maybe 20 seconds after 9 a.m. So I hope all of you will listen. The Coastal Commission also has made it clear that surf will preclude rail, that it will use up, for a lot of reasons, including it will use up all the development potential allowed under the coastal. If it ever is approved, it will preclude rail. It will only allow so much development potential. Everybody seems to be ignoring that letter and the fact that the project is coastal non-compliant. But I think it's very important that 5 of you are all on TAMC please read that letter, Kevin Kahn, May 17th letter very carefully. If you really want SURF, you're not going to get rail if SURF goes through. If it ever goes through, you're wasting a lot of money on a doomed project that's not going to be found coastal compliant. And it's how many hundreds of thousands of dollars are being wasted so far. You know, it's just a terrible, unnecessary thing. It's not rapid. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
Bob,
I appreciate it.
Bob Vitale.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to comment on the housing element plan and thank the board.
The housing element will be coming up later on after 1:30 time, and that would be a time to speak on that. This is for items that are not on today's agenda. It's general public comment.
Okay, for just general public comment, it would be helpful if we could have a lot more communication out to some of the different groups that come before the board. It's been kind of hard to find information on the county's website in terms of like today's meeting, when things are going to be. I looked at the agenda. I didn't see anything going. I didn't see any agenda for this afternoon, but maybe I just need to look again. But once again, I want to just thank the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission for all their work on all of this stuff. It's been very helpful to the community that you've been listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the item will be on at 1:30, and that's usually when the board returns from the lunch recess. No other comments? Then we'll close general public comments at this point, and we'll go to scheduled matters. Item 10 has been removed, so we will go to item 11, which is to approve changes to open public hours for our branch libraries.
Good morning, Chair Church and Board of Supervisors. I'm Hillary Thayer, your Library Director for Monterey County Free Libraries. And the item before you today is a 3-part recommendation related to open hours for your 16 county branch libraries, with 2 to come. The first part is to set branch hours effective September 30th. We conducted 2 public surveys at all of our branches, one in the summer and one in the fall, because as you all know, family schedules can be very different summer to school year, so we wanted to be sure to capture both time periods. We also assessed use of the libraries through such measures as door count, reference questions, programs, use of computers, and simple physical use of the building. We also examined issues such as staffing needs and depth, how we manage staff shortages, and safety. The recommendation does not add or remove hours from any branch. Most changes are shifting open hours to earlier in the day. For example, a branch with 11 to 7 shifting to 10 to 6 on the same day. We have 2 branches where upcoming changes will lead us to recommend hours changes, but we don't want to do them yet. The first is Gonzales. We are the city of Gonzales is constructing the new Gonzales Community Center, and the library will move across the highway into the community center when it is ready. That will put us much closer within walking distance to all the schools and with adjacent facilities such as a teen innovation center and classrooms. So we want to hold on Gonzales and examine the hours after that move to see what the new traffic patterns and use of the library are like. The second one is Pajaro. Pajaro, the building is still closed, and the project at hand is to renovate the whole building, hopefully bringing some new uses into that building, some shared space, a meeting room, potentially some early childhood use. So we would again examine the hours of Pajaro at that time to see how we complement and best serve the community in the revitalized building. So those we are holding with current hours for now. We are also asking you to set the hours for 2 branches to come, East Garrison and Bradley. This is based on our work so far with each of these communities, including community meetings, and will allow us to start planning for bringing forth recommendations for staffing, programming, collection size, and internal logistics. The second part of the recommendation is to give the department head authority to change the branch hours within the total number of hours for the branch. This would allow the department to respond to community change without bringing bringing an item back before the board. Examples may include a school changing their early dismissal day, for example, or a demographics change in the community. We would do minimum 30 days notice to the community. We usually work much farther out than that and send information out through all of our channels as to why we are making the change and what improved library service we hope to achieve with it. The third part is mostly already happening, authorization for the department head to close or modify on the short-term branch hours for any of a number of emergencies or contingencies, power outages, unsafe transportation, needing to change schedules to act as a temporary evacuation point or a community resource center. We also would look at local public events where they drastically impact library use, and it may be better for that local community for us to change or limit hours, even to get out of the way of such a lovely event as the Carmel Valley Fiesta or a parade or a marathon. The item goes into each detail on any of these recommendations, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'll start with a question. I noticed that we try to work the hours sometimes around when schools are closing, elementary schools. And I saw elementary schools mentioned into there. Do we take that same consideration with like middle schools or?
Yes, anything that has a significant impact on the branch, we definitely take that into consideration, including we have K to 8 schools around us or a private school that is going to change traffic.
Okay, great. Other questions from board members? No. Any public comment on this item? Public comment. All right. Back here for a motion.
Approval.
Second.
Second, Supervisor Adams. Motion by Supervisor Lopez. May we have a roll call vote for the approval of the recommendations?
Supervisor Lopez? Aye. Supervisor Askew? Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Chair Supervisor Church?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. The motion passes. And with that, we'll move on to item 12, which is to receive a presentation from Grow America, CVL Economics on the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy.
Morning, Chair Church, Board of Supervisors, CEO De La Rosa, Richard Vaughn, Economic Development Manager. And today we have a quick presentation for you from our vendor partners, Grow America and Civil Economics. They worked with us very closely to develop our second annual Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy update. And so I will go ahead and I'll kick it off to Melissa Lafayette and Uday Ram. I believe they are joining us online.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa Lafayette with Grow America, and I'm here with Uday Ram from Civil Economics. Uday will be going through the presentation of results from the Year 2 Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Update, and I'll just introduce it and share a little bit of context as we kind of have been going through this process. We're excited to be here to share this update with you. We've spoken with a lot of the members of the Board of Supervisors, I think actually all of you, in one-on-one conversations during this process. As a reminder, or for those of you that are new to the topic, ASEDS is a strategic plan for regional economic development. It's really intended to be used as a tool to guide decision-making. And practically speaking, it's also a requirement for regions to receive and access federal funding from the Economic Development Administration, or EDA. So at the end of the day, it's also used to unlock federal funding, specifically for economic development projects. And ASEDS needs to be updated fully every 5 years, but there are annual updates every year. And we're here today to talk about the second annual update. So you may remember our faces from last year talking about the Year 1 update. This year, we focused on 2 areas that came up during the initial 5-year SEDS, as well as the Year 1 update. And those are the nexus of the defense industry with economic development in the region, as well as the technology and innovation sector. So Uday's team dug into the data in these two areas, as well as updating some of the data, the more general demographic and economic development data from the first set. We also interviewed members of the Board of Supervisors on these topics. And then around the same time, we held 2 focus groups that were attended by experts and stakeholders across both of those sectors. And then finally, we also solicited input via email to a wider variety of stakeholders. Uday, I'll now hand it to you to share the updates. Are you able to share your screen? Or Richard, are you sharing?
I believe if Uday can share, that'd be great.
Okay.
Sure. All right, can everyone see that?
Yes.
I can see it.
Brilliant. Okay. Well, it's good to see you all again, and thank you for inviting us to present on the Year 2 update. As Melissa mentioned, this year's focus is on technology and innovation. We're also going to some of the updates on the 3 target sectors: agriculture, tourism, and healthcare. But the reason that we're focusing on innovation and technology this year, in addition to it being one of the 6 main goals in the 2021 SEDS, is that we've seen in recent years with the pandemic, with environmental hazards, with other economic shocks, sectors like agriculture, tourism, hospitality, they are just very vulnerable to disruption. And we're trying to look for ways to make the county a bit more globally competitive. And what does this mean? It means trying to increase the viability of these sectors through innovation. It does not mean trying to create Silicon Valley in Monterey County, nor does it mean trying to displace tourism, hospitality, or agriculture by focusing on IT or any of the other very sexy topics we see these days. But it does mean trying to integrate them more into innovation and technology mindset to both update them and then make them more year-round viable and growth-oriented, export-oriented. So the goals here are to be able to foster more cross-culture or cross-sector collaboration, nurturing emerging industries, attracting talent, retaining talent, and then trying to get some more high-skill employment, high-wage employment, and upskill existing residents so that they can compete with the rising cost of living in Monterey and across California as well. But before jumping into that, we'll look at some existing conditions on the ground, and then we'll dive into briefly some of the target sector data just to give you an idea of where things are with the most recently available data. So we'll start with some good news. In terms of real gross regional product, which is pretty much output minus the interim costs, ever since 2001, it's been fairly stable, even after the Great Recession in 2007, 2008. Real GRP didn't really go down, actually it kept increasing. And then once we hit 2016, it continued to increase. So this means that industry is fairly stable. The only problem is when we look at the other factors facing the county is that we're seeing a lot of this population decline right now. So ever since the pandemic, we've lost about 2% of Monterey residents. Certain areas have been hit harder than others. In North County, we see Seaside losing about 10% of its residents. Monterey, to a lesser extent, almost 4%. And then some loss in South County with King City. They're offset by gains in Soledad. And Salinas has been relatively stable. So, I mean, there are a lot of factors that play into this. I mean, there could be the matter of non-residents buying second homes here. There could be military personnel who are not bringing their families. There are a lot of reasons why this is happening, but I think for the most part, we know that home values are going up. Ever since the pandemic, they've risen at a much faster rate than wages. So we're seeing a lot of displacement effectively. And we'll get into this a bit more later on and how that's affecting the potential for innovation and tech advancement. But overall, we're seeing like astronomical increases here. So housing has gone up by about 42%. If we look at South County, we're seeing these increases at an even more aggressive level. Soledad 52% and King City about 56%. And it looks like prices are stabilizing, but even then it'll take, as we look at the chart, a long time for wages to catch up. I mean, this is even on top of inflation cooling. Wages have been outpacing inflation. If we look at the growth from 2018 to 2023, it's been about 20% increase versus inflation, which is about 4% right now. But still, it doesn't seem like a situation that'll resolve itself. And we're all aware of the challenges with the rising cost of living overall these days. But this just kind of puts it in very stark reality. We got some better news. I mean, so taking in the aggregate, employment has rebounded since the pandemic. So when we look at gains from about 2018 to 2022, we're seeing a rise of about 4% of employment. From the depths of the pandemic, that's been an 8% increase. Based on the housing situation we just saw in the last slide, it's not surprising that real estate, rental and leasing, that sector has seen the greatest gains in terms of percentage growth at 22%. But agriculture remains one of the key growth areas when it comes to the absolute number of jobs. Tourism and hospitality, we'll see in a couple of slides, have not been doing as well. But by and large, if we look at the overall employment picture, things are pretty good in Monterey County. The reason we focus on the target sectors, which again are agriculture, tourism, hospitality, healthcare, and social assistance, is that these three sectors alone make up 44% of all employment in Monterey County. And we want to, sorry, one sec. One thing I do want to highlight as we go through these slides is that wages are fairly low. And the reason that we are looking at tech innovation again is to find ways of creating potential for existing residents as well as potentially new ones to have opportunities to get higher wage labor and be able to afford some of the higher cost of living challenges that we were just talking about. So when we go to agriculture, we've seen some modest growth in the last few years. We have about 61,000 employees or workers right now in Monterey County, and we've seen wages grow by about 14%. A lot of the issues we talked about last year are still issues this year. We talked about the strong regulatory environment, water scarcity, pesticide controls. Those issues are still there, but this is by and large the largest contributor to Monterey County's economy and very much still a key pillar. When we look at tourism and hospitality, the picture's a little bit more dire. We are still seeing a loss of about 7% since pre-pandemic highs in employment. Bars and restaurants have pretty much recovered in terms of employment numbers and jobs. But accommodations, when we look at hotels and inns, those are still struggling. They're still down about 11%. Overall spend in the county is about 8.6% below where it was in 2019. This is according to C Monterey. And I mean, there are a number of reasons for this. Other areas have become very competitive. We look at just general business travel decreasing, environmental hazards, such as the one that affected Big Sur last year. That's taken a huge toll on attracting tourists and being able to accommodate them. So the tourism industry overall has been seeing a pretty hard road back from the pandemic, and even with non-pandemic causes creating some issues for them. There has been strong wage growth. That's partially good news, but wages have been pretty low to begin with. So we're looking at wages being about $37,000 a year right now. What accounts for this? Mostly the fact that there's a disproportionate number of part-time workers in this industry, which drags that number down. But even then, it's still not really a growth industry in the way that we'd like to see, and hopefully one that can benefit from some of the discussion we'll have later on. Overall, the sector does employ about 22,000 people and contributes about $500 million in fiscal revenues, and still remains a very important piece of the overall Monterey economy. When it comes to healthcare and social assistance, wages tend to be a bit higher. They've been growing at a fairly fast rate as well. Employment very stable. We're seeing a shift in some of that employment. I mean, after the COVID-19 pandemic, we're seeing a decrease in growth when it comes to ambulatory services, but now an increase in growth in employment when it comes to nursing facilities and socially aided care. Similar numbers when it comes to overall jobs to tourism and hospitality, and similar contributions to the overall economic output for the county. One area that's been a bit of a black box for us in recent years, and one area that's been asked for in these reports, is a bit of a closer look into the defense sector. We're not going to go into a deep dive on economic impact, direct, indirect, induced impacts. I believe there's a forthcoming report that covers that. And given the complexities of military spending and the way that spillover effects work, we'll allow the experts in that field to take that. But the defense sector does have a strong role to play, both in terms of the overall economy as well as potential contribution to the innovation ecosystem. I'd like to just point out that there is an imbalance here when we look at what's happening with DoD dollars in the county. On the graph to the left, in yellow, we're seeing the overall contribution of DoD funds to the county. And this is topped out around 681 million. This is an all-time high in the last fiscal year, 22-23. And that's going to defense personnel. That's going to all sorts of defense-only spending, military spending. On the right in the chart in green, this is showing how much money is directly spent outside of the military. So this is going to jurisdictions, contractors, organizations, other entities. And we've seen this number declining. So we're about at $28 million in direct DoD spend outside the military. This doesn't account for things like Veterans Affairs, which in the last fiscal year put in about $13 million in veterans benefits, which is money that goes straight into the economy. That's going to be circulated regionally. So even if we look at this declining number, that's still money that's coming from outside the county, outside the state. So it's just a net benefit. One thing we want to turn to is how do we leverage some of this into creating a bit more of a cohesive ecosystem and create some mechanisms for tech transfer from the defense sector into the other ones. In terms of employment and personnel spending, Monterey's doing really well. I mean, if you look at some of the more populated countries on a per capita basis, on a per capita basis, with about 8,900 civilian and military employment. That's a pretty high ratio. And I know that you all feel that whether you're in South County or in North County. And then again, in the same way, we're talking about that 13 million in veterans benefits, defense personnel, and again, that's military and civilians. They earn about $716 million a year in the aggregate. And again, that's money that just circulates throughout the county. With this presence, that also means there's going to be more money going into housing, more money going to schools. I believe the forthcoming study on impact will delve into all those different areas of indirect impacts that we won't be covering here. So when we look at technology and innovation, what do we mean by this, right? So a tech and innovation ecosystem is essentially an interdependent, interconnected network of startups, legacy enterprises, R&D institutions, colleges, universities, the public sector that is able to foster entrepreneurship, create opportunities for growth, and is developing next generation technologies that are able to be spread across the economy and generate more opportunities for higher wage income, higher skill jobs. That is pretty much the engine for growth in any economy. So this doesn't necessarily mean we need to be manufacturing microchips, but it does mean that there are opportunities for growth. If you look at Monterey County, it's got a very comparative advantage when it comes to the natural environment. So things like climate, sustainability, ag tech. We've seen the growth of advanced air mobility. There's just a lot of sectors that Monterey has these natural elements for that to date are not super coordinated. And I think what we want to be able to do with this report is to create that platform, that springboard, to get us all thinking about what does it mean to kind of swim in the same direction and create not just opportunities on the ground here, but how do we tell EDA that this is an area ripe for investment and that we would be a smart investment when it comes to federal dollars, when it comes to developing very much in-demand technologies and jobs. On that note, we've seen civilian tech employment decreasing in recent years. So on the chart on the left, we have about 2,600 tech jobs by last count. Most that's concentrated in architecture and engineering, IT. Surprisingly, not where we'd like to see it, which would be in aeronautics and space, in green technology, in scientific R&D. So there's some work to be done there. And when we look at the comparisons to the state as well as the region, on a per capita basis, I mean, Monterey has been in decline. Out of the 5 Central Coast counties, it falls last. It's a little bit unfair to compare it to California overall when we take into account Los Angeles, San Diego, Orange County, and the Bay Area. But it is telling that Monterey County, with all of its assets, is still lagging behind Santa Cruz, Ventura, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo. So as one of our stakeholders routinely says, I mean, this is a very underleveraged area and one that really would benefit from some coordinated action and some funding. So what are some of these elements we're talking about? There are 3 main areas that Monterey has in place right now. I'm not going to go through all this in detail. It's in the report, but we are all aware of the marine research and development. It's very robust. One of the challenges has always been that all the work that's being done in R&D tends to leave the county and go to other more established hubs of activity. And I think what we want to do is try to find some commercial tech transfer viability and ensure that whatever brainpower we're investing in here and developing stays here. Advanced air mobility, that's been an area that we've been aware of in recent years with Joby Aviation, with DART. There's also the new Tri-County Monterey Bay Tech Hub that is a collaboration between DART, MBEP, and I believe UC Santa Cruz. They're focused on advanced air mobility, creating these talent pathways, trying to attract funding. Ag tech, very well established here. We've been mostly a consumer of ag tech and not a producer. There are some startups that are exploring the space and some opportunities there, but these are the 3 main areas that exist right now and that are worth supporting. When it comes to workforce development, you're aware of all these players. Hartnell College has been very key, especially in the ag tech sector. I believe they have just created the first mechatronics associate degree and certificate. The Defense Department, major player. Again, not as much tech transfer as we'd like to see, but with the new Naval Innovation Center coming online, we'll be seeing opportunities for more accelerators to be on the ground, more efforts to try to translate what's happening in military research to commercial applications. And then, of course, there's the Fleet Numerical Meteorology and Oceanographic Center at Monterey. That's a mouthful. My apologies for stumbling on that. But it's a great hub for high throughput computing that does great modeling and has direct application to climate, weather, and environmentally modeling that should be part of the portfolio of technologies and specialties that Monterey does take up. So as Melissa mentioned, we did talk to several stakeholders, and they helped us identify a number of challenges, opportunities, and priorities. The first one, when it comes to a challenge, is that there is what we'll call a leadership vacuum. That's not a dig on the Board of Supervisors. That's more of the fact that there's not any coordinated roadmap right now. We don't have any targets. We don't have any real infrastructure to support the development of these industries, emerging industries. We don't see any targets. We don't really have a way of being able to plot out the next steps and see how we can get from here to there, especially since we don't know where there is at this point. So there is a need for a shared vision and some kind of entity that can exist out there that helps coordinate. Not necessarily be the one that funds all of this, but at least is able to convene and to be able to help all these people that are doing great work on the ground align the priorities and try to move in the same direction and leverage resources. This kind of goes into number 2, the lack of entrepreneurial infrastructure. We don't have the kinds of accelerators we find in more robust ecosystems. So when we see people graduating from college, when we see people retiring from the military, we don't have the kinds of jobs that can absorb them. Absent that, we can have accelerators that can give them some kind of springboard to create their own ventures, but we're lacking that. So that leads into our last point I'll get into in a second on brain drain. But without these jobs or these mechanisms to absorb talent, we risk losing it. Related to this is the narrow talent pipeline. We're not producing enough graduates to fulfill demand for a lot of these startup technologies and companies. people will either end up going where there are greater agglomerations of resources, or they just won't even try to leverage any of the talent that could exist here. So we need to invest more in scaling and creating a bit more a robust pipeline of talent and high skilled labor. And when this last point, brain drain, I mean, this when we talked about a loss of population, this is where some of the more troubling aspects come in. And I'll just share a couple of charts with you. When we look at the residents who are ages 25 and over, the majority of people we're seeing leave are educated. So these are the people that have an associate degree. These are people who have bachelor's, professional degrees, PhDs. And as we lose those that talent, we lose the ability to really attract other businesses, or the ability for people who do want to start businesses here to be able to find that talent they need to be able to get off the ground. I mean, we're also losing people who have less education, and that's not a missed opportunity as well. It means that these are people that we were losing who we can't upskill, and who are probably just being displaced because of the high cost of living and also just a lack of opportunity. So across the board, this is not great news, and something that we do need to correct. On the surface, a fairly unfair comparison to look at Monterey versus the Bay Area, but it's more illustrative. When we look at the talent that we do have, that we do retain, a lot of that is the mid-career professional. We have a very small pipeline of younger professionals in the sciences who could contribute to the innovation ecosystem. Compare that with San Francisco, obviously still a major hub and center for STEM research and activity. But it's indicative that we could be doing more to try to narrow that gap, especially as the Bay Area does lose talent due to their own high cost of living and their other doom loop inspired issues that they're facing right now. So what are some of the opportunities? As I mentioned before, I mean, the natural environment that has created the fertile farmlands, like the tourism opportunities, that's the same kind of thing that we can leverage for climate and sustainability tech. So when we look at some of the things that ag needs, when we look at some of the opportunities for tourism to create different kinds of experiences, we have a chance to experiment and see how do we leverage all of these natural assets into a way that makes Monterey kind of a unique specimen when it comes to innovation ecosystems, both nationwide and worldwide, making it a global hub for marine research, for advanced air mobility, for ag tech. Speaking of AAM, I think we barely scratched the surface on the opportunity here. Last year, we talked about creating a bit of an air corridor, an aerospace corridor here. We've seen a lot of movement. We've seen the emergence of venture capital coming into the county recently, like homegrown venture capital firms. We're seeing a lot more excitement about the opportunities here. It goes beyond Joby. I mean, there's a lot happening here on the ground that if we were able to get the right funding, could be a game changer to create this new nodule of tech innovation. I mentioned before that Hartnell is doing great work. So is CSUMB. So is a whole bunch of the community colleges. What we need is a bit more coordination so we can avoid duplication of effort, help drive some specialization, and create some curricula that's better aligned with industry needs for different levels of work skills. So from high school up through the advanced degree level. And like I said before, we've seen some new funding opportunities coming into town. And I think there is a lot we can do to try to encourage more of that to come to Monterey. So what does this mean in practice? We need a roadmap. So this doesn't have to be the county in name, but I think there is a lot to be said for an entity that can have convening power, that is aware of what's happening in different jurisdictions, that can bring together not just people in the R&D and the scientific world, but also community-based organizations, different populations that are generally left out of these conversations. How do we create a lead that can reach into areas that have been traditionally neglected when it comes to this kind of economic development? one way to kind of jumpstart this is we need to create some benchmark. We need to know, like, how is Monterey doing against other counties on this front? How do we know how much funding has been going to startups? How do startups compare to startups in comparable jurisdictions across the nation? Like, so that'll give us an idea of like where some of the gaps are and like what needs to be done, not just in funding, but across the gamut when it comes to trying to uplift the innovation ecosystem. Like you mentioned before, there's a lot of great work happening in the defense sector, but not all of that translates to what's happening in the commercial sector. So trying to build some bridges. The Naval Innovation Center is one pathway for that, but what other things can we do to try to encourage some of the tech transfer and see if there is more, at least at the like most conceptual levels, some kind of collaboration to help jumpstart some activity in other parts of the economy. Finally, we should explore incentives to seed, attract, entertain, and talent businesses. This means like the region doesn't have to go it alone. I mean, I think what came up in our discussions was there would need to be a lot more state sponsorship when it comes to trying to create incentives to bring businesses not just to Monterey County, but to California. And that can be at least creating some kind of collaboration tools that allow Monterey to advocate on its behalf to the state to drive some resources back home. And I just want to leave on one final note. One thing we haven't talked about, and that is really important, is the number of equity considerations involved here. So who's going to benefit from this? Like, I think there are opportunities for a lot of this to head to beneficiaries that are not in South County or to people that are not educated. And I think I do want to emphasize that when we talk about creating this innovation ecosystem, it's paramount that it is inclusive. It's not just going to the most high tech or to the most resourced entities. It also means investing in communities, investing in different neighborhoods across the county. And also it means not setting aside the traditional tourism sector or the traditional ag sector. It means finding ways of bringing them into the conversation and trying to make sure that we're not leaving people behind, nor are we inadvertently creating harm. But with that, I would like to close and welcome any questions from the board or the public.
Thank you, Uday. And with that, I'd open it up to the board for any questions and just let you know that, as you saw there, we gave you a whole SWOT analysis of what is happening within the county, within those two specific industry sectors. And to say that it's not, completely negative. We do have some positive things happening, and it's just a lot more work for myself and Isela here to work with our city partners and other economic development organizations to get it done.
Thank you for the report. I had some time to read through it, and it's so interesting. And I learned something new every time I read one of our updates. SED's report is like this hidden gem of information about Monterey County that I think for anyone who's interested in knowing more about who we are and what drives our local economic foundations, there's a lot of information here. The questions that I had in regards to the wages, which we're going to be talking about our housing element later and housing that's needed in Monterey County. And one of the things that I think is so important as we think about the type of housing that's needed, when I look at the statistic that shows that it was on page 7 of the report, that our annual wages in Monterey County have gone up quite a bit from $46,000 in 2018 to $53,000 in 2022. Does that account for, how does that account for part-time work? Is that the total income that a person earns annually, or is that assuming, and you mentioned on you mentioned on the hospitality piece that a lot of those wages are lower because there is a lot of part-time work included. I think we need to notate that in the report, first of all. And also the question that I have is, how does that compare to the total income that someone's earning, even if the wage that's listed is a part-time earning?
Right. So that does include part-time, and that's a tally for all jobs. So that includes part-time jobs and full-time jobs. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the average take home is $53,000. It just means you average out all the jobs over a typical work week across the year. That's what the average is. So someone that doesn't have a part-time job, and if we say we look at tourism and hospitality, they might also have jobs in other sectors as well. So that take home may not be $33,000 in tourism for one person. That could be $33,000 they're earning from tourism and hospitality, and then there could be a supplemental income they're earning from a different sector.
So how do we account for, I think, acknowledge that in the report so that it's clear that that isn't the total earnings that someone's making? I think that's a really clear differentiation. It's really easy to look at this and assume, oh, $30,000, that's the total annual earned by that person working that job. So I think that is one piece. And then also recognizing that as we look at this information, I know you're looking at trend lines over time, but as we're looking at trying to make data-based decisions about other things, and we use this data to help inform us, if I'm thinking about housing affordability, for instance, and I'm thinking 2 full-time workers earning about $60,000 a year, $55,000 a year, I'm using that to sort of calculate out, okay, so what's the level of a mortgage that family could afford? And it's... Is there a way to either put a notation in the report to make it clear that we're talking about part-time work, or measuring how much of those positions are part-time work, or somehow identifying how many of those part-time workers are working more than 40 hours a week in total? I feel like there's some context that we need to add into some of these pieces of information.
Yeah, you're asking some great questions. And unfortunately, the BLS doesn't differentiate that, so we can't disaggregate it. And that's one thing that in a lot of our work, especially when we do our creative economy work, we can't really tell how many people are working multiple jobs in which sectors. We do notate in one of the charts that this does include part-time work, and that's part of the reason why wages are lower for tourism and hospitality, but we can add a more blanket statement saying that it does include that part-time worker. When it comes to trying to figure out household income, we can give you more targeted stats on household income and by number of people per household, if that would be more helpful for you. Because I think for the purposes of this, it made more sense to look at wages per worker. But I think for your purposes, we can give you probably more targeted data that would help you with that decision making.
Great. Or even just as a notation in these reports so that the context is clear, even when we're looking at individual industry sectors. The other question that I had in regards to, or comment that I had in regards to thinking about the tech, the tech sector, I think there's a lot there that deserves more conversation among our, in the county. And so I guess, Richard, is that something that you will be able to continue to dig into and make recommendations on? I assume you're already participating in some of the regional conversations that are happening. But where's the sort of next step, or what would be your recommendation for this board as a next step to take advantage of the opportunity that lies in that space?
Yeah, so I would say I'm currently working in those spaces right now, part of different committees and different boards for that. So I'd say once there is there's something that I can then bring to the Board of Supervisors for all to review. I think that's at the point where we'll need some definite input from the full board as to what direction to go in, whether that's funding, support, whatever it may be. But at the current time, it really in its infancy stages, in committees coming together, boards coming together, and putting together a more robust technology and innovation report or program that will then be brought to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, great. No, I think it's really exciting to be in District 4 and just watch how Joby is just growing. I've got neighbors now who lived on my street for many years are now working for the agency, and it's I think there is a lot of opportunity for additional growth there. Again, tying back to our housing element that we're going to be talking about later, there are some conflicts between where the opportunity for aviation, air mobility growth is being planned and where we're thinking about putting housing. So I think those are factors that we need to be really conscientious of. I think this report is timed well for how we're trying to think through balancing out all of those competing interests. Thank you. I did have one more comment. The other one that I was really excited to see in here was the idea, I think Hawk Tower was mentioned specifically, but the idea that venture capital could potentially play a role here in Monterey County. I find that very exciting and something that I definitely want to make sure we're connected to and taking full advantage of those relationships. Thanks.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. It was very, very interesting. And I must admit, I kind of quivered at one of the comments that was made that there is a leadership vacuum in our community. And I was trying to just roll that through my mind a little bit and was just wondering if you could help me, because one of the things I'm thinking about is we've gotten a lot of data, but I'm not seeing any solutions, and I'd like to think about that. You know, what is it that we could possibly do to help us embrace some of the ideas that are in here and you know, stop the brain drain and capture more of the enthusiasm that naturally exists here. And so I wanted to ask about that a little bit. Are we thinking that we should be looking at putting together like a kitchen cabinet that addresses some of these things, or like a little think tank? And so I was kind of going down that line to know what has worked in other communities primarily. And then thinking that in some ways we have that as I look at the different committees that we have just even in county government. They may not be as inclusive as far as what it is that we really need when we look at the different challenges. But I kind of just want to think and talk and ask about what can we do? What approach could we take? And wondering if there's any data that you have looked at that would help us find that path.
Yeah, and I think like Richard said, the next step would be to kind of explore that in a tech and innovation sector report that is looking at what the policy implications are. I think this was more to just give us the what's the baseline right now. But your question is excellent. I mean, I think there are a number of examples out there. It doesn't necessarily need to be something that's centrally organized in the county. I think what we were just hearing from the stakeholders was that we are doing a lot of this bilateral coordination. So someone at, let's say, Hawk Tower is talking to someone who is thinking about doing an ag tech startup, but that doesn't really feature into a broader strategic approach for the county. And I think what people were trying to get at was it'd be wonderful if there was some kind of mechanism for us to be able to coordinate and pool resources and ideas. So if we're going after, let's say, ED funding for an accelerator for just advanced air mobility, does it make sense to also have that crossover into the ag sector and make that a bit of a more amplified two-sector kind of thing? So there have been public-private partnerships in other counties. There have been very rarely counties that have had, like, let's call it a tech czar. That doesn't mean that's not the approach to take. But as you mentioned, there are a lot of elements already in place, and this just may not be something that's high enough on the agenda item. So I would definitely advocate for trying to utilize the resources you already have as opposed to creating new ones. But as long as the idea of creating this, let's say, innovation ecosystem roadmap exists somewhere, I think that's what's needed. A lot of the goals we had in the original SEDS are more like ideals and aspirations, but they were never really fleshed out. So I think over the next few years, either between now and the next SEDS or the next SEDS in particular, really weighing in on a strategic approach that, if not is county-based, does try to figure out, is there some kind of existing trade association, some player that does have a dominant role in the county that can assume some of this responsibility and some of this commuting power.
Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo, do you have any comments?
I don't. I'm just going to try to keep my words to a minimum because of my voice. So I'll decline.
I understand. I didn't want to neglect you, though. Supervisor Lopez, anything?
Yeah, big question I had in looking at this information was around H2A, specifically the labor force. I see the growth in agriculture, the rise in average wages. I was surprised when we look at the growth areas. We didn't see hospitality, but I'm hoping that in what we are seeing, which is an expansion of some hotels out there, those numbers will change in a future update. But looking at the data and wanting to go deeper, I'm curious, is there any information that we were able to glean about the impact or growth of the H2A workforce in Monterey County?
I'd have to get back to you on that, but I'd be happy to talk to you offline.
Great. I appreciate the rest of the report. I think it's thorough, and it's one of those things where we have some control as a Board of Supervisors, but most of it is sort of putting our finger in a stream in a moment and figuring out where things are today and seeing where they're going. And I think the evolution of our economic growth is something I'm excited about. I agree about the importance of having VC funding like Hawk Tower in our community and understanding not just what they're going to fund, but having them as a voice as part of the chorus, saying that Monterey County is an important place to be and helping to make some of those linkages. And so I'm excited about where we're headed. I think the overall challenge, as Supervisor Askey pointed out, for all those sectors that want to grow is housing and not forcing out those folks that are doing some of the most important work based on these price points. And I know we've got some letters that came in for this afternoon. They clearly point out a concern about the changing impact to South County based on the lack of housing in other parts. But again, we're getting to a point where the conversations start to merge. So grateful for the report and thankful for the information that helps set a base for the deeper conversations we need to have to influence the stream. Thank you.
So I have a couple questions. Curious if we have an explanation on the Department of Defense spending chart for the spending received by local entities. It's dropped rather significantly from not just 2008 to 23, and it did, to around, dropped pretty significantly to about 2014, then went back up and down again. Is any, we put a finger on that? I know defense spending tends to be very fickle, but the defense budget has generally gone up and ours has not.
Yeah, and I don't know if Uday and the team are able to address that, but I'm part of the group for the Monterey Bay Defense Alliance, and we are currently underway of a full-blown report across Monterey County to dig into some of those questions. And so I'm hoping in the near future we'll have some answers around that for you.
Okay, great, thank you. I did want to mention, as I know we were talking here about the brain drain and focused upon that, but as I looked at those workers who are leaving, I also noticed that we also have a lot of people who are just high school graduates that are leaving, and that wasn't really pointed out. And I do want to point out that we can't build just an entirely a tech society where everybody is educated in doing those jobs. There's jobs that need to be filled in the trades and other jobs that are just as important, just as worthwhile. And I think we need to keep track of that in terms of our whole economic strategy as well. And of course, I'm sure a lot of for both of those, for those groups, it's the shortage of housing and the high cost of it, which has quite an impact. I did have one other question. Now, when you were going over through some of the demographics, I wasn't sure if I heard this. There was a reference to a population decline in North County. What was that number?
It was fairly high. Let me go back. Okay.
I believe it was actually in reference to Seaside specifically, so more so Peninsula, not necessarily North County.
Yeah, I just want to say the Seaside and Monterey are not North County. That'd be sort of like calling Big Sur South County, and I know two supervisors that wouldn't agree with that.
My apologies for the nomenclature there.
North County is generally referred to as that north of Salinas. Let's see, with that, I'll go out to the public, see if there's any public comment on this item. No, anybody in chambers or?
Bob Vitale?
Yeah, Bob Vitale, this would be on the economic development. You would have 2 minutes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, on the economic development, I noticed that there was very little said about reaching out to UC Santa Cruz. I also So my background is I'm the retired facilities and laboratory director for the School of Engineering at UC Santa Cruz. When I was there, Joby Aviation, the leader for that, Joe Benoit, came in, met with the dean there, and he got some students and started working on his flying car design. So I just wanted to kind of point out that you have a great resource there at UC Santa Cruz with the School of Engineering and a lot of the sciences there. They spend an awful lot of time looking at north of you guys to Santa Clara County, but they spend very little time looking at Monterey County. And I'm not quite sure why that is, but it also could be that nobody from Monterey County is reaching out to them. The Naval Postgraduate School is a great resource and all, and you've listed that a lot there. But at the same time, that's DOD. They have their own issues with spinning off results into the private sector. I've worked at the Naval Postgraduate School in the past too, and I have to say that if you really want to look at something that's going to be economically developing, you really should look at what's going on at Santa Cruz. They have incubators, they have tech help there. So I would talk to the office research there and the School of Engineering. You can talk to Dean Wolf there. He'd probably be more than happy to meet with somebody.
Thank you, Mr. Vitale. Any other comments? No. Okay. That bring it back here to the board. Although this was a presentation, I believe there is an action to authorize we need to do, if I'm correct on that. Yes, it's.
Bless you.
Any, okay. We have a motion and a second. We have a roll call, please.
Supervisor Lopez? Supervisor Ruascu? Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Church?
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. And with that, we will recess to lunch. I do want to mention that at noon there will be a pride flag recognition in the courtyard.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic 2 check, 1, 2, 3. Mic 3 check, 1, 2, 3. Mic 4 check, 1, 2, 3. Mic 5 check, 1, 2, 3. Mic 6 check, 1, 2, 3. Staff mic 1 check. Staff mic 2 check. Clerk mic check. ADA mic check. Public mic check. Wireless mic 1 check. Wireless mic 2 check.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the reconvene the Board of Supervisors here for 1:30 this afternoon. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference pursuant to AB 2499.
County Council.
And just for the record, pursuant to Government Code 54953, Supervisor Alejo is attending virtually under the just cause exception as he has a contagious illness.
That is correct. Thank you, County Council.
May we have the announcement Spanish interpretation services from Diego Salas, please?
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Diego Celis y en unión con Ana Rueda de Vidales seremos sus intérpretes en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que lo escuchemos. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tenemos la oportunidad de interpretarle antes de seguir adelante. Y favor de no interrumpir mientras le estamos interpretando. Si se encuentra en la sala de la reunión y necesitan audífonos para escuchar en español, favor pasar al escritorio del guardia de seguridad para conseguir uno. Todos los audífonos se devolverán cuando abandonen la reunión. Aquellos que pueden estar en el webinar en inglés vía Zoom, pero hablan español, también pueden unirse a nuestro webinar en español si así lo desean. El número de identificación del seminario web en español se puede encontrar en nuestra página web. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. The first scheduled matter up is item 13, which is the report on delinquent sanitation fees from County Service Area 75 in Chular. Lynette Redmond, is she online or in the chambers?
I don't see her online.
Do we have someone else presenting this one for us today?
She's the one that usually does these.
Okay.
Randy?
All right. With that, I'm going to move item 13 for consideration later on today's agenda. And we'll, Craig, are you going to, we're going to do the Pajaro County Sanitation District, recess to it.
Pajaro's Lynette Redmond, too.
What's that? Oh, she is? Yeah, that is correct. Okay, well, we'll recess. Come forward, Craig. Get your back up. With that, we will move to item 14. And regarding the housing element.
I've been trying to promote you. Hold on. There you go.
I got logged out. Okay, ready to go.
If Alex and Quinn, you can share staff right.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Craig Spencer, and I don't know how to make this bigger. There we go. We'll just do that. My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. Here with me is Melanie Beretti, also with the Housing and Community Development, and we are presenting an update on the 6th cycle draft housing element for your review and direction. This is a workshop. This is the 36th and potentially final day of the public review and comment period on the draft housing element. We've gotten a lot of great comments during this public review and comment period, and we'll be hitting on several of them as we go through our presentation. Again, this is a board workshop to review, hear feedback, and provide direction to staff on the draft housing element. The housing element is an element of the general plan. There are mandatory elements of the general plan, and the housing element is one of them. The general plan is the blueprint for development in the county, and the housing element specifically has many different requirements from state law and different timelines for when it needs to be updated. 6th cycle refers to the 6th 8-year period that is governed in state law for the update to the housing element. And it would be good for the next 8 years. It is an 8-year planning document. It's been drafted with a number of community inputs, public workshops, and other things, and also with our consultants and in the guidance from state HCD on how to develop those housing elements. I think I'll skip over this because we've got a lot to get to. There are many mandatory points of a housing element. They're on your screen here. Many of those are required components of the housing element itself. So just like a general plan has different elements, the housing element has different categories or topics that it must address pursuant to state law and guidance from state HCD. The draft housing element does address all of these things, the community profile, the housing needs. The most comments we've received have been on the site's inventory and our policies and programs. So that's really what we'll focus our presentation on today. The site's inventory is the assignment of properties that are eligible to support housing through the 8-year planning period. And they must be capable of accommodating our regional housing needs allocation, plus a minimum 15% buffer, but state HCD recommends 15 to 30% buffer on that. The board had in previous meetings discussed some guiding principles for the development. Those are on your screen here. The need to meet the housing needs of our residents and workforce within the county. We all know housing is a big issue in the county. To combat housing discrimination, and also that's a component of affirmatively furthering fair housing, which is a new requirement in the 6th cycle that was not part of previous housing element cycles. That means that we must provide housing opportunities in higher resource areas as well as across the county, spread out in ways that promote integration amongst socioeconomic levels. The other is efficient use of land and implementing a meaningfully inclusive process. One of the things that we're required to do in our housing element in the 6th cycle is look at what we did in the 5th cycle, which is now ended, our past housing element cycle. On the screen here, you'll see we did permit about 1,500 units in the county. Most of them not at the affordability levels that we were required to meet, so we only met about 38% of our affordability requirements in our RHNA in our past cycle. Much of that can be attributed to agricultural employee housing for the success we did have. There's some others on the screen here, just to give you a comparison of how some other jurisdictions did. I would note that there are jurisdictions within the county that did meet or exceed their RHNA, including Greenfield, I think. So that was just a look back. Looking forward now at the 6th cycle housing, the county has a total of 3,326 units that must be planned for or accommodated by zoning and housing element designations. Within that 3,326, there's actually 4 income categories that need to be individually met with our capacity of our sites that we're designating. Those income categories include very low or extremely low affordable housing. That's about 1/3 of our total number of units, 1,070 units plus the buffer that need to be planned for at that income level. That's defined as making between 0 and 50% of the area median income for the county. There's low, moderate, low and moderate together make up about another third, and then market rate or above moderate, which makes up the other third. So 2/3 of our RENA allocation is in the income restricted categories. So in an attempt to comply and identify sites that meet our RENA requirements, we did an analysis following state HCD guidance of all our sites in the county with different layers and screening out some things. It didn't work out exactly as planned, so we had a lot of other considerations that went into the site selection. We had to affirmatively further fair housing, which means providing housing opportunities in our high resource areas and spread out amongst the county. We looked at different environmental hazards. We looked at proximity to existing services, roadways, shopping centers, schools, and things of that sort. We looked at the tax credit scores. So tax credits are one of the primary ways in which affordable housing is financed within the county. If a property scores well for tax credits, it would be more competitive for that limited resource, which would help in financing affordable housing. And we considered existing land use general plan designations and developer interests as we went through. We did have prior versions of our sites inventory. We sent out letters. We started removing sites where property owners were not interested and did not want to proceed with having their site designated. So every site we're targeting in the housing element would be rezoned to high-density residential 20 units per acre. That's what has been referred to as the Mullen density. That's guidance by the state that housing opportunity sites in suburban counties like Monterey County generally should be zoned at 20 units per acre in order to make it feasible for housing development within this cycle. I would note that if a individual site is included in 2 prior housing element cycles, and it continues to be included as a housing opportunity site, it must be designated to allow housing development by right. We did then, after identifying a number of potential sites in the draft inventory, identify what the realistic capacity of those sites are, and that is the theoretical number of sites that could be built on those properties. It's based largely on some environmental factors and our past track record. That is a calculation of the acreage of each property by the high-density residential 20 unit per acre zone with a discount for various things like our past track record and environmental constraints and known applications. So most of the sites would develop somewhere between 60 and 80% of the acreage at the theoretical site capacity numbers. That gives us the total number of units that could be built on that site. That does not mean that that's what will be built. This is not a determinate number, but it is a way of counting to show that we're meeting our RENA allocations by income categories. The next step is how do you distribute that capacity amongst income categories, and there really isn't much guidance on this, but this has been one of those things that we've gotten a lot of comments on, and we have done some revisions or proposed revisions to, and we'll get to that in the Planning Commission recommendation. The distribution of units by income category was and is in the draft housing element based on a number of factors, including whether or not the site is owned by a school, religious institution, governmental entity, or nonprofit housing developer, and how well it scores on tax credit allocation scoring. Some sites are assigned primarily low-income housing numbers. Other sites were assigned potential capacity within the housing element amongst categories using about a typical 80-20 split, which means 80% above market and 20% below, with the 20% distributed amongst categories. We also included a minimum buffer, which, well, the buffer I think was 20-some% in the draft inventory, but we have some proposed changes to that we'll get to, so I won't focus on that. Would like to note that there is a provision that in state law that requires that if a property that's designated as a housing opportunity site develops with fewer numbers than the theoretical capacity assumptions or different mixtures of incomes, that the remaining sites need to be capable of supporting the remaining RENA numbers. And if they're not, then we would have to modify our housing element mid-8-year cycle. That's known as the no net loss clause. So if at any point our sites aren't capable of supporting our remaining RENA numbers, we have to identify additional sites and modify our housing element during the mid 8-year planning period. Next slide, please. I think I'll turn it over to Melanie at this point and let her take it from here.
Yeah, so with that, thank you, Craig. Melanie Beretti. And so this is the site capacity determination outcome that is included in the draft housing element. So this was our starting point with the draft. What I wanted to, in particular, point out, just as we move through, and again, when I get to the end, we suggest revisions. So this is not where staff is recommending we land, but I think it's good to remember where we started. So just as a reminder, the way that our site's capacity determination happens is we have our RENA targets. We then incorporate a buffer. We started with a minimum 20%, but again, the mandatory minimum is 15%. We then can take credits against our RENA. So credits include, and how we accounted for them, are entitled or proposed projects that meet certain criteria to be included as what are called pipeline projects. And then we also were able to make some general assumptions based on our recent success or history of accessory dwelling unit approvals. And so those are the credits that we can do. And then with those remaining net RENA plus the buffer that we need to plan for, so that's that kind of central remaining units, we then look at the opportunity sites that are a part of our housing element to get to sort of the calculations of how we allocate those sites. What I did want to point out here is what you can see as a general trend, not the fixed numbers, but as a general trend, we have a fair amount of our housing sites inventory focused in the Carmel Valley Master Plan and the Greater Monterey Peninsula planning area. Those are the two that are within our highest resource areas. And then in the original, we did have quite a few in Aromas. That large accounts for sort of the larger number in North County. And then also we do have a fair number in the Fort Ord area. So I just wanted to flag that and how the overall kind of distribution relates, especially with regards to our affirmatively furthering fair housing. So with that, just want to summarize our community engagement. So I think we've talked quite a bit about this. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but we have done a fair amount starting in winter of 2023. We launched our first community workshop, and we did a targeted community survey. And I apologize, my computer logged me out, and that's where my notes are, and it wasn't letting me type. All right, thank you. And then in June of 2023, we released our initial draft sites inventory, went through some subsequent review of that. The second half, getting us through the second half of 2023. And just a reminder, that sites inventory was very critical to then complete drafting the remainder portions of the housing element itself. We did a number of focused stakeholder meetings and held another community workshop as well. We heard quite a bit. This is just the distribution through the county. We actually had a very good response rate to our online survey and had really good distribution throughout the county. We also got targeted input from a few questions that were a part of our pop-ups and libraries that we deployed in throughout the community as well that aren't in the survey response, but also pulled in additional information. So the key findings for our housing element survey, what we heard from our community, there's really a need for employee housing, a need for rental apartments, highest need to meet the needs of our unhoused, our low-income agricultural workers, and single-parent head of households. 16% of respondents had experienced housing discrimination based on either and or family size, race, and income source. 30%, so about a third of our respondents said that we need to do better. We don't have sufficient services addressing fair housing issues. And then respondents really emphasized the importance of supporting housing opportunities and the needs for affordable housing units throughout the county and in our underserved communities in particular, addressing the infrastructure, transit, and service deficiencies so that they too can support housing and growth in those communities. So our affirmatively furthering fair housing, so this is a new portion of state law that applies to this housing element. In terms of our analysis and feedback that we've received, there's some general trends looking at lack of access to opportunity, disproportionate housing needs and displacement, as well as segregation and integration. And so really the key themes were infrastructure needed for residential development, lack of access to public transit, affordable rental ownership, also really focusing on the cost burden and the overcrowding in our community. We have 30% of our households are cost burdened, significantly, substantially cost burdened, so they spend greater than 50% of their income on housing. And of those, half are extremely cost burdened, which means they spend well more than that. And that disproportionately impacts our lower resource, in particular, our lower resource community members. Also, exposure to environmental hazards, so that includes air, water, resource, land-based pollutants within our community planning areas, certain ones, and then a lack of resources for fair housing. So I'm going to touch just briefly on an important part. There's been a lot of emphasis on our sites inventory, which is very important, but also I would say equally important are the programs and policies that we need to outline within our housing element, which are going to support in the broader sense how we help to overcome constraints that were identified and achieve the desired outcome from our housing element. As well as meet some of the requisite state mandatory requirements that we need to plan for. So in general, we have programs and policies that address non-governmental constraints. So those are land costs, construction costs. We look at governmental constraints. So that's where we have some more direct opportunity, looking at our land use policies, development fees, processes, infrastructure, et cetera. Environmental constraints. One thing I will remind it is a nexus with the environmental constraints is that we are also in the process of updating our safety element as well as establishing a new environmental justice element, which will also help address some of these items that were identified as environmental constraints and safety concerns. And then we need to rezone, and Mr. Spencer spoke to that, to allow for a variety of types of housing. So bringing us up to date, we have on May 6th, we released the draft housing element for public review. We've had a number of formal workshops. The Health, Housing, Human Services Subcommittee of the Board, as well as the Housing Advisory Committee for the county, have met during that time, held workshops. Planning Commission met on May 15th, and then again just last Wednesday on the 25th to consider and receive public comment. And we've received significant input from all of these avenues. And so some of the high-level considerations and changes that we looked at through the Planning Commission and the public input process. So one was considering alternative approaches. So that would be, again, just a reminder with our Mullen densities, there are 20 units per acre. We are required to rezone at that or allow for at least that density on our sites, looking at possibly higher density on certain sites. I would say higher density in particular could be sites where perhaps there's no infrastructure limitations. Also looking at alternative unit count distributions amongst the different affordability categories. One proposed approach was to look at our RENA allocation and those percentages, and then actually do our sites accounting and buffer calculating based off of that. We also looked at unique circumstances, and we did integrate and update unit distributions based on those. And I'll go more into detail, but essentially it's looking at 100% affordable and their scores for California tax credits, looking at faith-based and higher education sites that are subject to SB4, education sites for K through 12 that are subject to AB 2295. We also looked to add where we could pipeline to our pipeline, and in certain sites, we actually incorporated the counts for development proposals that we have as well, and that was just a couple of sites. We also removed a number of sites. So we removed 4 sites from the Aromas area, at this time a total of 3 sites, and this was based on the recommendation of the Planning Commission to the board. We removed 2 sites in Chular. Those 2 sites in Chular, the recommendation to remove was because they're right adjacent to where the likely kind of new additional community plan area would be designated, and so it was with the desire to allow some flexibility with those sites for the future. Carmel Valley, there were 2 sites that were removed from Carmel Valley. A very large site at the mouth of the valley that spanned up across from about Carmel Middle School that spanned up into the areas. Excuse me. Oh, sure. Sure. No problem. Yeah, I've tried to balance between site numbers and just summary. So yeah. So let me just go back. So for Aromas, I'm going to skip them because all of the Aromas sites were removed.
They were sites 14, 55, 56, and 57.
I'm going to repeat them. So Aromas, site 14, 55, 56, 57. For the North Salinas sites that were removed, they were sites 9 and 10, as well as site 76. For the Chular sites that were removed, they were sites 33 and 34. For Carmel Valley, the removed sites were sites 46, which was a small cluster with a little bit of residential, and then the site 49 that I was referring to. In the Monterey Airport area, we removed a cluster of 9 sites. So those were sites 61 through 69. And we also removed 2 sites along Highway 68, which were at the request of the property owner, Cypress Community Church. Sites 71 and 72 were at the request of that property owner. Yes, absolutely. Then in the Planning Commission discussions, the Planning Commission also identified a number of sites that they wanted to flag for the board to take a closer look at. And those include sites in North Salinas, sites number 5 and 6. Those were originally included, had come through as a possibility for removal, and then there was some interest to potentially add those back in. Those are on farmland. In Fort Ord, that's site number 13. Oh, excuse me, the North Salinas sites, it's sites number 5 and 6. In Fort Ord, there was some concern about site number 13 in Fort Ord, the Blanco Triangle parcel. And then in the Monterey Airport area, there was significant focus on sites 1, 2, 3, and 4. So those are the larger parcels across from the Monterey Airport. And then in Carmel Valley, there was additional question about site number 48, which is the property that the remaining frontage property across from the approximately across from Rancho Cañada, the middle school, and that site was is the one adjacent to 49 that was removed. The Planning Commission also recommended additional policies and programs for consideration. So we are going to look at those specific sites, and I will let the board know. We can also pull up an updated map if you so choose in your deliberations when we get there. So this is just a high-level summary of our pipeline projects. What I wanted to note here is we did include the full entitled number of above moderate, just to give a feel of how much is entitled on these pipeline projects that we included. These do not reflect what we think might develop within the next 8 years, but I did just want to show that because we got a fair number of questions of what was the total of those pipeline projects that have been incorporated. Just to demonstrate the approach that we took for redistributing, you can look at kind of how the sites distribute. What I want to flag here is for affordable, especially 100% affordable sites, there is a limit to how many we can identify because there's a limit to how much public funding and tax credit dollars that are available. We're on the high end. Right now we have about a total, I believe, of 19 sites that we include based on their TCAC score as 100% affordable. And then we did take some approaches with doing for faith-based and higher education sites. I can name those. It might take me a second if you would like to know which ones those were. Where we did, if they scored well for TCAC, we assumed they'd be 100% affordable. If they didn't score well for TCAC, then we did the SB4 distribution. The SB4 distribution allows for up to 5% employee housing at the above moderate. It allows for 20% at moderate, and then the remaining 75% are distributed amongst very low and low income. There are also sites that were K through 12 sites, and of the K through 12 sites, those sites are subject to AB 2295. That distribution allows for up to 49% above moderate, and then the remaining 51% affordable, which would essentially distribute as 21% moderate and then 30% in the lower and low and very low income categories. So where that brings us, taking that approach, where what staff then did is we incorporated those unique site counts that we talked about, SB4s, et cetera. We removed the sites that were recommended. Staff did utilize for any sites that didn't fall into one of those special categories. In this count, we did utilize the more typical 80% above moderate, 20% distributed amongst the very low categories for our approach here. And this gets us to, I'll walk you through this slide. So where that gets us is it brings us to a total of 6,642 planned units. So our pipeline or our credits, these are the numbers I showed you. I do want to flag that for purposes of planning for our buffer, we did not include the above moderate for pipeline. only because it throws the calculations off a little bit in terms of our, all it does is additive essentially to the above moderate. So we felt it's clearer to not include those for calculation purposes. We then our ADU credits and then our updated planned opportunity sites based on all of that feedback so far brings us to a total opportunity sites planning for about 5,800 units. Where this lands us is with a reduction from our prior of 3,600 about units from our initial draft. But you can see here we still have a fair amount of buffer room to plan for where we can go. So this is the buffer just with that approach I identified. And then what we did is we looked at a couple of sites where we have 2 sites where we have builder remedy applications. So that's site number 23, which is the Carmel Convalescent Home. And then we also have a builder's remedy on some properties down in the mouth of Carmel Valley in the Val Verde area. So those are sites number 27, 28, and 29. And then we also have substantial developer interest, and it's been indicated that there's an intent to submit a proposal soon for sites number 2, 3, and 4. Those are the large sites across from the Monterey Airport. And so what we did is we incorporated, if those sites were to actually move through the approval process and get approved, just to look at our kind of that no net loss, we incorporated those here, and then this bottom number shows us the buffer that would remain if those kind of known sites actually develop to where they're anticipated. What we did want to note as well is that it's primarily that very low category that drives our sites, opportunity sites, because you have to meet your minimum buffer within each of those categories, and the very low is the most difficult to get built. And so we did, just based on this and with the assumption conservatively that these applications that we do have could move forward, that would give us about a target of 1,231 very low income units that we would be planning for. And so as we're looking at the sort of flagged sites for possible inclusion, possible removal consideration, that's kind of a number that we can work towards for thinking.
Yeah, just want to add here that this highlights what I said before, which is you have the capacity determination, which is a theoretical number of the number of units that can be built on a site. You assign them by income categories, but ultimately the development may be a different number. So you can see the difference a little bit when you look at the total in the middle of this table versus the total on the bottom. The total on the bottom is what has been expressed to us or applied for as part of HCD, which are fairly real numbers versus theoretical numbers above them. So what Melanie is saying is that at the very low income units, we need 1,070 minimum plus a 15% buffer. That is 1,231 units. 15% is the minimum buffer that HCD will accept. And right now, if we're looking at the more realistic bottom numbers, we would be at still over 30% in that buffer. So we do have some room to work with.
And I'm going to move just briefly through, kind of highlight those flagged sites for you. We can come back for discussion should the board wish. Bear with me. No, I don't want to add text. I want to go to the next slide. There we go. Okay, so this is site number 13, referred to as the Blanco Triangle in the Fort Ord planning area. This is owned by University of California. It's designated currently as planned development mixed use. We account for a theoretical capacity of about 930 units. This is in a moderate resource area for affirmatively furthering fair housing. There is developer interest. We received a letter from UC Mbest. And the city of Marina does have some concerns with the impacts of such substantial development at this site on their downtown, on the balance of economic development potential with housing opportunities. Sorry. Okay. So also flagged were sites 1, 2, 3, and 4, as referred to as Tarpey Flats across from Monterey Airport. So these sites, they are privately owned, designated as an affordable housing overlay in the 2010 general plan. There's a theoretical capacity of about 28 units on site 1. That site is actually, when we looked into it, looks as if it's owned by the city and or the county. I think we need to clarify that. So that site's not privately owned and has a low assumption for units. Sites 2 and 3 and 4 collectively have about an 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1,300 unit theoretical capacity. These sites are within a high resource area. There is developer interest, and the anticipated unit potential at that site, based on what's been communicated, would be about 350, possibly 400 units total. And this site, there's significant opposition from neighbors, concern over biological resources that was expressed from the Big Sur Land Trust and California Native Plant Society, as well as some tribal cultural concerns for that site as well. Why does it keep going? Okay, I need to, excuse me. There we go. So sites 5 and 6. So these sites, it's a little small. They are these sites right here, north of Salinas. This small square, that gray square that's touching site 5, that is a school site. That was actually one of the reasons that these sites were included in the first place. But as we were looking at possible sites to remove, given the substantial amount of farmland in this area, sites number 5 and 6 were for consideration of possible removal. They are near existing development and aligning with the City of Salinas growth areas. They have a theoretical capacity of about 450 units on Site 5 and almost 70 on Site 6. This is a low resource area for AFFH. There is developer interest on Site 5, and there was a letter submitted by the owner of Site 5. And Site 5 is currently in row crop production. All right, site number 48. So this is the mouth of Carmel Valley. So this large site here, that was site number 49 that has been proposed for removal. So site number 48 is this residual, the long strip along Carmel Valley Road. It's owned by a religious institution. And it was including, this was added to our sites inventory based on community feedback after our first draft that came out in the summer of 2023. There's no known developer interest, but we also haven't received anything from requesting from the property owner to be removed. There is some neighbor concern on this site. And so that moves us to housing programs. So the more streamlined that we get with our sites inventory and our counts and our assumptions that we make for our theoretical counts in that, really the more we want to bolster our programs and policies and what was considered as well by the Planning Commission, looking at some development programs. And in particular, we looked at other jurisdictions that had taken a more minimal approach to the sites inventory and had a higher distribution in the affordability categories. In particular, we looked at the County of Santa Cruz and the County of Marin to help inform this. There are some differences in those counties, but some similarities. So we'd be looking at considering and the commission generally supported by right approval of 100% affordable housing projects on housing element sites. They did express some nuanced concern about certain sites, so there could be some discussion there. We include already as a program having objective design standards throughout the county. The recommendation would be is that we have greater level of specificity for how we intend and what we intend to be as a part of those objective standards to strengthen that recommendation when we submit to state HCD. Again, we looked at rezoning opportunity. So the 20 acre per minimum, we're suggesting we could make that assumption on sites that do not have in particular good access to wastewater, but on certain sites where there is sewer connection, we could look at doing as high as a 30 unit per acre where we have sewer. There's a limited number, but there are a few sites that would fall into that category. And then we heard strongly to include very clear incentive packages that would help incentivize the type of development and streamline development. So at this point, the Planning Commission strongly recommended and requested that the board direct staff to update the site's inventory prior to submitting to state HCD. Staff did meet with state HCD subsequent to both inform some of our methodology for the site's inventory approach and our programs, as well as to get feedback. And they did, even though we're late and we have received a letter of inquiry of concern because of the tardiness of our housing element, staff at HCD, California HCD, also expressed support that they would be very open to us incorporating the public input that we have heard prior to submitting. So should the board wish to do that, and staff does recommend that we make some adjustments, we could bring forward there are two scenarios. We could receive direction today. Staff could then be given direction to make necessary updates and submit to California HCD, or based on direction today, the board could also request that we come back before you with an updated draft prior to submittal. The timeline for that would vary. But before we can do a fairly quick turnaround. I will flag a few things such as adding entirely new opportunity sites. Those are examples of changes that would take a little bit longer to make updates to just because of how much it affects. Making some of the updates that we've discussed, removing additional sites, that we could do in a quicker turnaround time. And so just to give you that range of opportunities and for what that could look like. So again, today's the last day of public comment. We extended public comment through today for our housing element. Anyone who wants to be added or get additional information, we have our general plan updates email and our webpage, as well as staff contacts. So we asked today, looking that you receive the presentation, you conduct a public workshop, and then in particular, staff is looking for direction from the board with regards to the site's inventory, the actual sites and the approach, our housing element policies and programs, as well as giving us direction in terms of next steps if you'd like staff to return or to go ahead and directly submit to state HCD. With that, I'll hand it over to Director Spencer if he has any additional comments.
Thank you, Melanie. I think we're ready to hear from the public, but just framing this discussion, the sites flagged by the Planning Commission, the sites removed. Any suggestions or comments on those would be much appreciated. And then housing element policies and programs, if there are any suggestions. This is not the end of the process. So Melanie did put up information, although we've said it's the end of the public draft official comment and review period. We do have to submit to state HCD our draft, make any revisions that they require of us, and bring it back through an open public hearing process. So there's still time to comment and get involved. Thank you.
and distributed to the dais. Staff was able to print out it's a very large spreadsheet. It's as clean as we could get it on short notice, but it includes the sites, the APNs, their location, the original count from the draft that was released on May 6th. It includes the site specific for the approach that we recommended today, and then it shows you the column of the difference from the original and the proposed. And staff is able to, as I said, we have a mapping app should you desire have any questions specific, and the spreadsheet that we can also pull up and work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer, Ms. Beretti, for your presentation. And I know you've had a lot of work to do here in the last few weeks, adjusting numbers. So as you say, the process is not ending now. Questions, if we could do questions and go to the public.
Just clarifying before we get to public comment, when you indicated one of the things that you wanted to achieve was those that had been recommended for removal, you were looking to us from the Planning Commission to give comment. Do you still want public comment before that, or should we give our opinion on that before public comment?
Yeah, so we're assuming, we've recommended, and the Planning Commission has recommended, deleting a number of the sites we went through. They flagged 4 sites that Melanie went through in more detail for your consideration. If there's any objection to the removed sites, if there isn't an objection, we'll assume we're removing them. And if there is, we'll add them back in or modify them in any appropriate way. So the board's feedback on that and on those 4 flagged sites would be appropriate.
So that would be sites 1, 2, 3, 4, and 48. And I think you said, did you say 44, or was I just hoping to hear that?
44 was one that we did talk about at the Planning Commission. It was not flagged for the board, but it's one that is in and hasn't been suggested to be removed at this point. The 4 that were flagged, well, there are clusters of them, 4 clusters, 1, 2, 3, and 4, which are the airport sites in Monterey, or Tarpey Flats. Sites 5 and 6, which are off Russell Road near Gavilan Middle School, north of Salinas. Site 13, outside the city of Marina, near the Marina Airport, the Blanco Triangle site. And Site 48 in Carmel Valley, the Mormon Church site north of Carmel Valley Road.
No complaints from here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so for questions. One question is on the housing programs piece, which is I think slide 29, where we talk about increasing our zoning density. I think one of the reasons why we weren't able to show examples of higher density development is because our current housing element has a maximum density of 20 units per acre. So it would be difficult for us to show that we have something developed at higher density since we prohibit that. So is our reason why you're recommending that we would put 30 units per acre and not something higher than that?
I think 30 units came from, I think that was basically a number that had been tossed out. I believe that because there's limited sites, and again, rezoning means there's the opportunity to build up to 30. 30 units per acre, or units per acre, is also what's allowed in our mixed use sites. So we do have some history of that type of density. But should there be a desire to look at other densities, we can. Just again, to remind, rezoning allows the opportunity for the development, but then it's really the programs and incentives that could actually help our realistic capacity assumption for sites. Even if they're rezoned at 30, we still have a limited realistic capacity based on our prior history, which we can include programs to try to help bolster that.
Okay, that's helpful. And so when we talk about the incentive packages later with density bonus, so are we suggesting that it would be possible to go above 30 units per acre?
Yes.
Okay. And it's just my point being that, as we think about development in our county and as we think about prioritizing infill and access to high resource communities, I think we have in the past put barriers on making that possible and having it pencil. And density is one of the things that is, I think, maybe easiest to say, if we have a high opportunity infill development that we can add density to, we're making the highest use of that property in a high opportunity area. The other question that I had was, I think, I'm not remember where I saw this, but that there was a minimum on that the rezone for density would have a minimum of 6 units per acre. And that seems very low to me for what we would want to have. Can you explain more about where 6 units, 6 units per acre is sprawled development, basically.
Well, so the affordable housing overlay designation in the general plan has a 6 unit per acre minimum. We did suggest that there should be a minimum density especially for larger housing opportunity sites, so that they don't become lower density, essentially typical of what we've permitted in the past, and that they are more compact development that's more affordable by design. There's terminology involved there about what we can take credit for as affordable housing and what is affordable, not capitalized affordable.
Yeah, okay, no, I think my question is not necessarily about changing our numbers or capacity assumptions, but how do we plan for infill development that is higher density, that's taking advantage of these opportunities for housing development in communities where we have resources. I think I want to see us maximizing.
We could modify that minimum density.
Okay, well, I don't know that I'm asking for that necessarily. I was just curious for more information on that. And then you briefly mentioned some about the opportunity or the complexity of adding new sites at this point, but I know that there's been a number of new sites that have been proposed. I've received communication about Marina. The city of Marina suggested a site that was actually within the city boundaries that we could, through some case law, potentially get credit for including in our housing element. That wouldn't be sprawl, it would be literally within the city boundaries. I know there have been suggestions of some sites that the folks in Pajara would like to see included in this draft or in this element. And then there was another site that was sent over, I think, within at the mouth of the valley for proposed inclusion. So can you speak a little bit more or help me understand what the process would be to add sites at this point, or to give direction to explore adding sites, let you do some sleuthing, and then if they are appropriate to get them into this?
Yeah, we absolutely can add sites. Okay. It just, the effort of making sure we've done all our due diligence and going through and identifying the capacity assumptions and environmental constraints and adding that to the totals that we have in our draft is just a little bit, on the outside of that 3 to 4 week period. It is something we can do.
Okay, great. And if we were to have this draft come back to this board for one final thumbs up before it proceeds to the state, what is the timeline that we would expect? Have we looked at the calendar to see which meeting that might be? Or does it fall during our break? Would we need to have a special meeting?
It would likely be, it'd take 3 to 4 weeks to update the plan. So we'd be in the middle of July. We'd need the lead time to get on a board calendar. So it would be August at the earliest. So it adds at least 2 to 3 weeks because of the lead time getting on a board calendar and writing, preparing for those presentations versus not coming back to the board.
And staff did we did identify at the soonest available August date, I'm trying to look it up, but at the soonest available August date, there was, I believe, 30 minutes available, perhaps, that we have a placeholder on for it. So we did put a placeholder. I am trying to look it up.
August 13th. I think that's our first meeting back.
It may be, yeah. So we did look at, it would be one of the August dates, and it's the reasonably
would require
soonest.
us to move other things around, is what I'm hearing.
Potentially.
This is definitely a priority, so I think we could, okay. Thank you. Thank you for those answers.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. First of all, thank you, and pardon my voice, everybody. But I wanted to ask first of all, thank our staff, Melanie and Craig, for all their hard work, and I know the rest of the team for getting us this far. But at the beginning of the presentation, you went over these 5 areas: Aromas, North Salinas, Chular, Carmel Valley, and the airport, where the sites were removed. Could you quickly, or in summary, go over those and what were the reasons? I know I saw the first half of the planning commission, and I thought you explained that many of those sites where the property owners were not interested in development, but because there's a lot of properties included, and it would also remove the 3,615 units for the public. Could you go through each of those areas of the county and then kind of quickly say why they are being recommended for removal?
Yeah, we can do that.
Maybe with the map. I don't know.
A map
is the
would be the most, the easiest way to do that if we could bring up the map
That's
potentially.
great.
So while Melanie's bringing up the map, I can cover Aromas really quick. There were 4 sites potentially targeted for being included as housing opportunity sites in Aromas. There were 14, 55, 56, and 57. We had a number of comments come in objecting to that, with a lot of comments about the lack of infrastructure and resources in Aromas to support the higher density housing, including water, sewer, and so we heard those comments, and really the water infrastructure, sewer infrastructure, and lack of other public infrastructure in those areas would make it difficult to include high-density residential zoning on those properties. For sites 9 and 10, they were out Rogie Road, past Rogie Commons a little bit as you go east on Rogie Road. Those were comments we had received indicating that they were starting to sprawl away from the city's jurisdictions, but they are kind of on the boundaries where there are several schools, and they are non-vacant sites. They're underutilized, but we didn't have any developer interest on those, and we didn't need them for our numbers. We had.
There we go.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
We had Site 76, which is getting out into areas that are not developed, but it's near Rancho Cielo. It is a property that Rancho Cielo was considering developing, but that consideration is not moving forward at this point, and we didn't need it for our numbers. Sites 5 and 6, we had some comments because it's agricultural land, but they were flagged, and we do have developer interest on Site 5. It does align on that northern end of that site with the Salinas growth area between the western property boundary and Highway 101. The city of Salinas does have an economic growth area up in that direction. So that would kind of complete that puzzle piece in that case. We eliminated Site 49.
Site 7 too. You eliminated. You didn't mention that one.
Site 7 remains in.
It remains in.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, at least it's proposed to remain in. Site 8 is also proposed to remain in, which is a church site. So they're cross-hatched. 5 and 6 are double cross-hatched because they were both at one point considered for deletion and at another point flagged by the Planning Commission for board direction. There was Site 49, I'm going off the top of my head here now, but 49 was a large site at the mouth of Carmel Valley. It was originally only the frontage sort of on the backside of Site 48, but it is a large site that includes, sort of mountainous vegetated area as you go up the hill behind it. Mostly community feedback and input on removing Site 49, plus we had no developer interest on that. Site 46 has a number of single-family dwellings, and the property owners were not interested in moving forward on that particular site. did we remove? Sites 33 and 34 in Chular. Oh, yeah. 71 and 72 was removed at the request of the property owner. That was a church site. They're not interested in moving forward with housing development. Sites 61 through 68 also had single-family residential development on them. Property owners were not interested in moving forward, so that cluster near the Monterey Airport site was removed. Then, am I ready for Chular now? Chular had several sites identified, and 2 of those sites were on the eastern side of the existing developed area of the community that are in row crop production right now. Sites 33 and 34. We've removed those mostly because we are working on a Chular community planning effort. That is space that we would like to be able to utilize in some way, but we do want to go through the process of engaging that community specifically on the vision for development in Chular. We kept sites 35, 6, and 7 because they are primarily infill within the existing community boundaries.
Great. Thank you very much for thoroughly covering all of those. The only other issue, I know Melanie, I raised this with her, and I thank you for including the 855 East Laurel, which is, there's not too many properties within my district because all of my district is within the city limits of Salinas. But there is another county property on the other side of that area that we have an existing referral on for senior low-income housing. Could that be added later, or the thoughts on why not include that other county property that is pending a referral for low-income senior housing?
Yeah, we do propose to include it, and we would want to include it. We may change the assumptions. Right now, the assumptions reflect the proposal that has been applied for with Eden Housing for affordable housing development on that site. There is the potential for additional development in the future on that site, so the site is identified in the plan, but we that would be potentially more capacity for units on that site that we could add.
Great.
Yeah,
Great,
and
we added the first phase, which is the 132 units. So the entire property is included, but the number of units on the other parcel could be then added later.
Yes.
Yeah, and just for clarity, we include it currently as pipeline because we have the proposal application, we've got the exclusive negotiating agreement with Eden, and so we would work with our consultant and state HCD if we wanted to add additional capacity to determine if we're far enough along with a referral to include it as pipeline, or if it would be an additional to our opportunity site. That's just semantics with which one HCD will accept it as, so we can add the additional units, and it could be a pipeline or an additional opportunity site.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Lopez, do you have any questions?
I'm ready to hear from the public, Mr. Chair. I think that's why we're all here today.
I have one question, which I'll jump in on. You're making a reference that sites that are on for 2 cycles then have a build by right. From the list we have here, are there any of those sites that are in their second cycle or will be in their second cycle with this? And do you identify those if you are able to?
Yeah, there are 2 sites in Castroville, I believe along the Tumbledero Slough. Yeah, we'll show that.
This would be site 18, I assume, is 1, and 20? I see those.
30, 38, and...
I guess not. 33?
So Castroville was relied on heavily in the 5th cycle housing element and 4th cycle housing element because it had the capacity already there to accommodate additional housing, and we didn't have all the requirements we have today. So we essentially said the capacity's there, we've met our obligation. And so several sites in Castroville, site 38, and what, 58? 18. 38 and 18 were in past cycles and would be required to have the ability for by right housing development.
With one clarification, though, staff needs to look into definitely Site 38, it's an infill. I think the inclusion as by right may have some qualification based on infill, so we do need to follow up on Site 18. I believe that one may not need to be considered by right because it's undeveloped.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you very much. If no other questions, then we can go to the public. I would like to ask those that are, in the chambers that would want to speak on this matter. You would have 2 minutes. If you'll please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Haverluck, and I'm the president of the Olmsted Road Highway 68 Conservation Consortium. I represent 250 homes in the south of Airport community. I'd like to provide you with my strong support for a reasonable, affordable housing program. Our community is in need of more affordable housing. As has been stated many times, the current IHO program has not provided those housing units for several decades. And I encourage you to explore new methods to fund these units, ones that do not rely on 4 market units for every 1 affordable unit. I also want to talk about Tarpey Flats. I encourage you to carefully read the letters from the Big Sur Land Trust, the California Native Plant Society, Mayor Mary Ann Carbone of Sand City, and the City of Monterey, which you received last night. Tarpey Flats is one of the last remaining unique and undeveloped marine terraces in Monterey. The Big Sur Land Trust and the California Native Plant Society discussed the environmental, horticultural, and wildlife that are native to these lands. Many of these plants and animals are federally protected. The Big Sur Land Trust and Mayor Carbone also discussed the archaeological history of these lands to the native population. And the City of Monterey identifies the extreme fire danger of these lands and the burden that the development here would impose on the city. Additional concerns include water, vanishing greenbelt, traffic at the entrance to the airport, and safety. I needn't remind you about the crash that we had from the airport just 3 years ago into an empty house, which was 1 mile away from the airport. These high-density apartment buildings would be closer to the airport and would also have a huge casualty rate. If the site is developed as planned per the arena proposal, the population density in this small area would be greater than the population density in San Francisco. More people would live in this small development than those that live in Carmel by the Sea. This is not good planning. I would like to point out to you that once accepted into the arena plan, the site is rezoned permanently.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Karen Cameron, concerned Salinas resident. We have my takeaway. I went to the Luis Alejo Town Hall, Board of Supervisors, and Planning meeting. This seems to be a very flawed plan. I appreciate the work that the county has done. I would not want to be in your shoes, but I think it comes from the state level. They gave unrealistic deadlines and allocated a lot of the money towards above market rate or above affordable housing. It's just 985 pages to digest. I tried this morning. I got a glimpse of it, and some of what I saw was very disappointing in terms of destruction of habitat and allocations going to those who seem to be rich and patent pockets. You mentioned earlier that there were environmental hazard concerns and that was a key area. You mentioned fire, flood, and quote unquote certain ones. There is not one word that I found that addresses environmental concerns about toxins, pesticides, pollution. So that comes from the state level. It was passed on to you in this formula. It's missing. CEQA, EPA guidelines have not been met. There will be costs involved with all those studies about habitat destruction. So they really passed to you a very flawed plan. Case in point, the Pebble Beach development over by Aguajito Road is going to destroy paradise. And of those 429 units, 342 are identified for above market value, so or at market rate. What does that mean? Multi-million-dollar homes, and how are they going to get allocated fairly to those who truly need the housing? I'm particularly concerned about the sites 5 and 6 and the back and forth. There's been very little dialogue about the environmental concerns of that farmland, and it almost seemed like a promise had been made before a lot of dealing's been going on, it feels like. So again, I feel like this is a very flawed plan with a very rushed process. It's been very fragmented, and it's going to infect.
Thank you for your comments.
Corey McBain. I'm a resident of Aromas. So I'm in favor of growth, but this seems like it's a little rushed. Seems like it's kind of a boom. And also, like in a rural area, I would think like a quarter acre per unit is what I see as something that I would be in favor of. I don't know what it's like, 20 units on an acre or 30 units, whether it be 3 stories, 4 stories. So yeah, that's what you'd put in a city, not a rural area. And also with something like that, I would want to see studies on the impact on crime. You get 20 units on an acre, I hope you're going to have more law enforcement, because you get a bunch of people in there, and I've seen people that can't live next door to each other when they've got a half acre each. So yeah, it's going to cause a problem with crime. So anyway, I'm sure these other folks have other concerns, but yeah, I say no. I'm against it.
Thank you.
My name is Laura Davis. I'm the Deputy Director of Landwatch, and I will be providing comments on Landwatch's behalf. The original draft housing element failed on a variety of levels. Landwatch is encouraged to see that the discussion has now evolved and that the county is seriously considering the necessary changes to fix the draft housing element. In line with the Planning Commission's recent recommendations, we urge the county to remove sprawl sites and to implement programs other than the failed inclusionary housing ordinance, or IHO, to meet the county's RHNA obligations. Specifically, instead of the 10,257 units that the original draft provides for, more than 3 times the required RHNA number, the county needs to remove sprawl sites, meaning sites that are not already within a highly developed area, and any other sites that will lead to loss of natural lands, excessive vehicle miles traveled, and increased greenhouse gas emissions. Landwatch has shown that by removing these types of sites, the unit numbers will be reduced by half, which means there is still room to remove other sites based on community input and other considerations. Also, instead of limiting the unit count for affordable housing to the number that would be required under the county's IHO, a program that is not required and that has been grossly ineffective over the past 45 years, Landwatch urges the county to credit all sites that could count towards affordable housing and to provide programs and policies that will enable the type of housing that our county actually needs: affordable housing for people who live and work here, not unaffordable vacation homes for people who do not. Some argue that more housing is always better. This is an appealing argument because it's simple. But more of something is not always good. The housing crisis in Monterey County is not about a shortage of vacation or second homes. It is not about too few market rate homes. It is about a shortage of homes affordable to local people
Thank you for
who
your
live
comments,
and work here.
Davis.
Hello, my name is Lorena Weldon. I am with the subcommittee of the Alliance Group in Pájaro. We would like to ask you to please review the sites submitted for housing. We are asking for 2 potential housing sites in Pájaro and Las Lomas. The levee will be repaired in 6 to 8 years, which will be perfect timing for redevelopment in Pájaro. The committee would like to take a proactive approach in identifying sites that can be redeveloped as the levee repairs are being completed. As you know, we're experiencing overcrowding and there's a high demand for housing in Pájaro. We need to start redevelopment now. Please help Pájaro community by including housing in the redevelopment project, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weldon.
Hi, my name is Diane Hennington, and I'm speaking on behalf of Sustainable Monterey, the local action group for communities for sustainable Monterey County. The sites identified as 1, 2, 3, and 4 of Tarpey Flats is inappropriate for development as they are an invaluable ecological resource to our community. The site is part of the Jacks Peak watershed, and the Lower Meadow serves as a water catchment basin that maintains the water table and serves local wells and waterways. With current stressed water resources, we can't afford to destroy any water resources by paving over or otherwise artificially disrupting the natural water system. The site contains one of the last remaining undeveloped marine terraces. There are vernal pools that support rare species. It contains wetland protected by both state and federal law. In addition, the Tarpey Flats area is of cultural significance to local indigenous people and contiguous to the OCE and Ohlone, Costanoa, and Esselen Nation ancestral lands. A village site of archaeological significance is thought to be located on or near the property. The plan to develop some 1,300 units on sites 1 through 4 is unsustainable for Monterey County in terms of water resources, damage to the environment, loss of open space, cost of creating new infrastructure on virgin land, and creating urban sprawl. We ask that you remove sites 1, 2, 3, and 4 at Tarpey Flat from proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day. My name is Glenn Hennington. That's my wife, as you could tell. Anyway, let me just say what I wrote. They say that being forewarned is being forearmed, and in making good decisions. The area for Tarpey's Flats is a Tier 2 fire hazard area. That means it is a high fire hazard area. I have been a fire consultant and a fire protection professional for 45 years. Oak Tree Views is a Tier 3. It is a very high fire hazard area. The problem is if they put anything down there on Tarpey's Flat, it's not going to be a matter of if there's going to be a fire. It will be when there will be a fire. And when it is, the insurance companies will cancel insurance for that entire area. And they will cancel the insurance for the Oak Tree Views area because that's a higher area and it's uphill. And I don't know, I know a number of people who have had their fire insurance canceled. They have none whatsoever, and they don't know what they're going to do. So myself, I would remove 1, 2, 3, and 4 because down the future, we don't want our children and the other residents of Monterey County to turn around and say, how could they make such a decision? It doesn't make sense. Thank you for your...
Hi, everybody. My name is Ana Luz. I am a resident of Purnell. And last time I talked about what failure looks like, and this time I want to focus more on the solution aspect of it. For those of you that weren't here last time, failure I defined as the development projects that happen in South Marina, specifically Sea Haven, the Dunes, and anyway, all those properties that are above $1 million that locals can't afford to buy, and that most of the time are sitting empty as vacation homes, as it was mentioned previously, as vacation homes or people's investment properties that, again, are sitting empty. When there are people that are living in garages and rooms, entire families. So it really is a question of resources, and that's really poorly spent resources if that's where empty homes are going to be taking up space of locals that really need them. So today I want to focus on the solution aspect of it, and I think we need to put the pressures in the right places, specifically developers. I do think it's good to have developers on our side, but those developer incentives need to be promoting housing for locals, specifically under $1 million, and also programs in place that are going to give locals the preference to buy these properties, because again, we want to Am I talking too close? Sorry. Because again, we want to prevent investors from coming in and just taking up our housing stock. So that's top priority. So how do we design systems? How do we design programs that are going to be preventing investors from taking our housing stock? So I think that needs to be really thoroughly laid out in the housing element. And we also need to talk about not just developer incentives, but also taxing on empty homes. Because whatever's already existing, we still have to, tax empty homes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Luis Chago Juarez for Building Healthy Communities. And I'm also a theater artist, a storyteller, focusing on community histories. And I just can't help but like reflect upon how history is going to tell this story where about 30% of the 532 responses came from Salinas area, South County. It doesn't seem to make sense because there are about 30,000 residents from the Salinas Valley that travel into the Monterey Peninsula to work. And so I don't even know what the transportation plan is going to look like, if it even complements this housing plan. And in history, am I going to teach a lesson? Am I going to teach the lesson 10, 20 years from now that is going to say that the community was genuinely engaged to make this decision democratically as far as our culture as a democratic nation is concerned? And I feel and know that this is an opportunity. This presents an opportunity for all residents to really identify the power that we have, not just for us with houses, but for our neighbors, many of whom are struggling on a monthly basis, on a day-to-day basis, to make sure that their children, that their families are going to be safe. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello, everyone, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Victor Caravis, the political organizer from Monterey Central Labor Council, which is the local body of the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations. I'm here to speak on the labor position on the housing element. Back in June of 2023, the Labor Council sent a letter regarding labor's views on the county's housing element process. Since then, we have only seen the issue grow. Rents are too high, mortgages are too expensive, and not sustainable with the local economic opportunity for working families have in this county. Workers can afford to live in the communities they serve, including county employees. We must prioritize good jobs, equity, opportunity, and affordable housing for our community. We know how to get there. It's fueled by workers who are fairly compensated for their labor and jurisdictions that prioritize working families as the board. And as the board moves forward on the housing element, we ask that the Board of Supervisors take into consideration the following: the impact on local employment, impact on local wage and benefit levels, including constructions and post-construction jobs, benefits including health insurance, retirement, vacation, etc., a scope of career ladders and training opportunities, including local apprenticeship programs, and the scope of any community benefits agreements. The county's regional housing needs allocation for new homes is huge, and we can do better and ensure the compliance with the state law and address decades of not building enough housing for all residents, especially for low-income families. We need deeply affordable housing for farm workers.
Thank you for your comments.
Hospitality workers, seniors, and
comments,
others
please.
experiencing severe overcrowding.
You have used up your 2 minutes. Can you please
Thank you for your
Thank you
time.
very much.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. Matt Huerta with the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. And we want to thank you for leaning into this process. It's a long process. It's been a while, lots of community engagement. Can it be better? Always. But what we have here is 6,600 plus units that have been identified across a lot of very exciting sites, lots of work ahead. And yet we still want to come forward with making sure that staff knows that where we stand in terms of 3 or 4 different sites that were mentioned earlier. Site 48, continue to lean in on the high opportunity areas. These are areas that will address the longstanding historical imbalance that we have in the county that we really need to continue to lean into. Thank you for your leadership on that. In Carmel Valley Master Plan, building that out as much as possible. On Fort Ord 13, that's actually where Monterey Bay Economic Partnerships offices are held, and we want to continue partnering with UC MBEST to develop workforce housing there that makes sense along that major corridor in the region. And so the Salinas Valley farm worker sites, 5 and 6, I call them farm worker sites because if you put them there, and we make sure that they're high enough density and we apply the housing programs that staff have outlined, we're going to see affordable housing that serves farm workers, whether by rental or home ownership. So let's make sure that happens. And I also want to lift up the voices that we've been partnering with for a while now in Pájaro. How amazing have they been able to come together and identify sites. It's imperfect, it's kind of last minute, but it's a process that they've been applying, and we want to fully support their efforts, the residents and the business leaders there, to build more resiliency in that community. So hopefully we can lean forward as well and support those sites. The housing program policies that we mentioned earlier, continue to make good on that. That's how we're going to get the affordable housing done in the 6th cycle. Let's make this be a turning point for the county. Thank you.
Sometimes when we name something by a number, it's a way of distancing ourselves from it. Numbering it makes it less than, makes it an object and not a living thing. I'm here today to put a face on lot numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, named Tarpey Flats. Iconic Tarpey Flats is one of the last undeveloped, highly scenic coastal marine terraces in Monterey, a unique geologic formation caused by tectonic land lift and changing ocean levels occurring over centuries. Tarpey Flats is a singular cultural biologic landscape possessing significant historic and ecologic value. It is the last wildlife corridor that connects Fort Ord to Jack's Peak and Palo Corona Regional Park. Its lands are a host to a multitude of wildlife. At least 23 occupancies of sensitive plants and animals have been documented there, and many of these are protected by federal and state endangered species laws. Tarpey Flats has historic importance to tribal nations as well. Yet today, with all its gifts, far too many to list, Tarpey Flats faces the looming threat of being paved over, destroyed, and gone forever. Good stewardship of the environment is not just a personal responsibility, it is a public value. Our duty is to use the land well and sometimes not use it at all. This is our responsibility as citizens, but more than that, it is our calling as stewards of this earth. We are all responsible for preserving this precious land that is so much more than a number. It is a piece of heaven on earth, and its name is Tarpey Flats. Save Tarpey Flats. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Thayer. I'm also here to talk about sites 1 through 4, Tarpey Flats. I live in the Oak Tree Views housing development, which is just up the hill. And you've heard my neighbors talk about a number of concerns: environmental, fire hazard, lack of resources. I want to highlight traffic and the consequences of zoning those sites for high-density residential development. There's only one road that residents will be able to get in and out of those areas, and that's Olmsted Road. It's got very limited capacity. There's a stoplight at the junction of Olmsted Road and Highway 68. It doesn't take much imagination to envision the tremendous backup that would occur if you put high-density residential in those 4 sites. Even in normal circumstances, just regular commuting. But in the event of an evacuation because of a fire, you're talking about a catastrophic backup and people would have to flee on foot for their lives. One last point I'd like to bring up is that the city of Monterey, just on the other side of Highway 68, has included 687 housing units in their housing element, and 180 of those units are well along the development process now. We're going to find out soon enough what the traffic impact is from just that development. So I would urge you to go real slow and don't rush into development on the other side of Highway 68. Let's keep sites 1 through 4 off the list.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Rowley. I'm the president of the Fisherman Flats Homeowners and Residents Association. I'm the neighborhood, the area in Monterey that is directly adjacent to Tarpey Flats. Also adjacent to my neighborhood is Deer Flats Park, which is in the city of Monterey. My neighborhood, Fisherman Flats, includes the 48 units of the PUD that are in Monterey Woods. We have approximately 200 units of housing. Last week at the Planning Commission, and by the way, I've been very disappointed that the city of Monterey has not inputted to you previously. Yesterday, they finally came in, and I gave a copy of this letter to your lead here, and it raises issues of fire protection, development, city services, but 3 sides of Monterey are around Tarpey Flats. The airport, Ryan Ranch, and there's already housing being converted, commercial housing being converted to residential housing along Garden Road. I'm sorry, along the airport road. Tarpey Flats was where the original Monterey Airport was located before SFB Morse moved it to the location where the Del Monte racetrack was, where the airport is today. I'd like to repeat what I said. Putting 1,400 units of housing on Tarpey Flats, quite frankly, is nuts. That's the only way to describe it. That's bigger than Delray Oaks. The city of Monterey surrounds it, and I'd like to suggest that whatever needs to be done there eventually should be coordinated with the city of Monterey. So thank you very much.
Afternoon. I want to bring to your attention the real victims of Tarpey Flats if this area is developed. The real victims are the wildlife and the flora of Tarpey Flats. Many will lose their homes, many will lose their food sources, and many will die. Does a bulldozer care when it runs over a quail nest? Does a bulldozer care when it runs over a garter snake? Does it care when it runs over a salamander that's protected? We are all God's creatures and should be permitted to live and thrive in this world. If you have compassion for all living things, then you will see my point and make the right decision concerning Tarpey Flats. Thank you. Save Tarpey Flats.
My name is Meredith Kroll Camp. This is the 10th time I've made this presentation. Currently, there exist permitted units in county supervision which cannot be rented and cannot have kitchens. These are called guest houses.
Ma'am, is this in relation to the housing element?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Change
thank you.
the designation to low-income housing. Restrict the rental charges to meet Section 8 and perhaps 10% above that. Allow kitchens. To entice property owners of these restricted units to rent to low-income persons, reduce the property tax for compensation of under-market rental housing. Should the county learn that the unit had not been so rented, the property owner would be fined. Additionally, an ADU or a junior ADU would have to become an ADU or a junior ADU and would be subject to those construction permits and fees. The advantage to the low-income renter is the neighborhood would not contain only low-income neighbors. Thank you. This is yours, sir.
Hello, my name is Virginia Mutoza, and I'm an Aromas resident. Thank you for removing the parcels. However, I do have concerns about the report because in reviewing the Aromas parcels, I found 3 factual untruths that were placed in there. The first one being that Williamson Act properties were removed. That is not the case. Site 56 was a Williamson Act property and currently is. 6 generations have lived on that property. The second item that I found was that properties were to be within a distance necessary for supermarkets. We have 2 small markets in Aromas. One is Marshall's and one is the Old Firehouse. Combined, neither of those would meet 5,000 square feet. The other criteria were 5,000 square feet and 25,000 square feet. Marshall's does not carry produce or fresh meats. The Old Firehouse Market covers about a 24-inch shelf space on 2 levels of some vegetables, lettuce, bell peppers, a couple other small vegetables, but a lot of lemons and limes, which we know would go really good in lunches. It actually goes really well with the beer and tequila that they sell. Again, and the third untruth I found was that in the property descriptions, it said that the Mar Monte Medical Clinic in Watsonville was 3 miles from Aromas. I don't know of anything commercial that's 3 miles from Aromas except the Driscoll Cooler. When you did a simple map distance via Yahoo or Google, try 10 miles. It's on Freedom Boulevard, past Callahan Park. This raises severe concerns to me about how $2 million were spent on a consulting firm, and yet these blatant misstatements are in it. You need to check your plan.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name's Larry Samuels. I'm here on behalf of UC Santa Cruz. We'd like to express concern at the possibility of the removal of Site 13 from at the intersection of Reservation Blanco from the Monterey County Housing Sites Inventory. This site is part of the UC Santa Cruz property at our Monterey Bay Education, Science, and Technology campus, a campus that we are actively seeking to develop. The site in question, number 13 in the Monterey County Housing Sites Inventory, is currently planned to create faculty, staff, multifamily, and I emphasize multifamily, which is a priority of the housing team, for UC Santa Cruz employees, with considerations also being given to public education employees in Monterey County. While we understand that there are some concerns about an overage in the number of sites and some sites' potential for development, Site 13 is located at a midpoint in one of Monterey County's primary commute corridors and would actually lessen commute impacts by allowing a shorter commute to either Salinas or the Monterey Peninsula, resulting in lower vehicle miles traveled, and lower greenhouse gas emissions. Additionally, with UC Santa Cruz plans to expand delivery of our education and research mission, the removal of Site 13 from the Monterey housing sites inventory could impact our ability to attract and retain the faculty and staff essential to grow MBEST. I'd also like to point out that this parcel is part of the Four-Tag Trail network. The Four-Tag Trail actually goes through this parcel. And this is the first multifamily housing in this general area since 2008. There's a real need for this type of housing. We're looking to feed it. We're also looking to address the housing of our own faculty and staff while we build out this campus over the next 15 to 20 years. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors, residents of Monterey County, and guests. My name is Tony Uzzle, a resident of Monterey County for 23 plus years, and by trade, a union carpenter for 19 plus years. I currently work at the Carpenters Union, Local 605, located in Marina, servicing Monterey County. My local is one of 22 locals that falls under the umbrella of NorCal Carpenters Union, servicing 46 counties, south of Monterey, Kings, and Tulare County, to the Oregon border and west of the Nevada border. Other crafts that falls under the Carpenters Union, but not limited to carpentry artists, drywall, power drivers, acoustical, floor layers, millwrights, mill cabs, insulator, modular systems, and scaffolds. Our Carpenters Training Center consists of 4 facilities located in Morgan Hill, Pleasanton, Fairfield, and Fresno, all which apprentices and journey personnel attend class and training free of charge. I say all of this because you cannot have any type of housing plans, bills, etc., without labor standards. Those standards that protect the men and women that are being exploited by road contractors, those contractors that don't pay area standard wages, don't utilize local workforce, misclassification of workers, don't support joint apprenticeship programs. This list can go on. By no means am I saying we don't need affordable housing, nor am I saying I don't support housing being built in Monterey County. All I'm asking is let's build housing together with responsible contractors that do right by workers and the community. Those contractors that improve workforce development of men, women, and veterans. Those contractors who give individuals a second chance in life. I emailed comments in reference to the housing element. I ask that you take a look at them and read it. In addition to that, a lot of times we look at affordable housing and don't look at the workers that build those houses, okay? Too many times we don't pay a livable wage to those workers and their families. And you wonder why we have homelessness. We have members right now that cannot afford. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Church and members of the County Supervisor. My name is Patrick Orozco. I'm a resident of Big Sur. I'm building a house for my family in Carmel Valley. I'm here to introduce 3 additional sites. I apologize for doing so late in the game here. Thanks to you, we are owners of one site wherein we will build 34 new houses. And I'd like to add a couple sites where we believe we're capable of bringing proposals forward in the near term. I'll start with an easy one. The site is located at 3785 Via Nona Marie. This site is contiguous to sites 24 and 43. It's an acre and a third, currently occupied by an office building, was 1978 and is at the end of its useful life. The second is contiguous to site 45. It is an undeveloped parcel with a single-family house that is surrounded on 2 sides with commercial development. It's 5 acres, but only 1.5 acres that's developable. We would be interested in pursuing that site for a very small development that's in the character of the surrounding housing. The third site is one we own. It's at 10 Flight Road. Certainly more sensitive than the others insofar as it's in the village. This site is unique in that it would be a conversion of an existing commercial facility to a character that is more consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. 10 Flight Road is actually a small development called Blue Sky Lodge that is certainly at the end of its economic lifespan. We have water for 20 of our homes on 5 acres. The homes would be very much consistent with the surrounding neighborhood and enhance the walkable nature of the village. Thank you for consideration.
Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak? We'll go turn online. I'm assuming we have some speakers there?
Yes. Ann Hanham.
Yes, you have 2 minutes. Ann?
My name is Ann Hannum, and I'm a spokesperson for the Carmel Views Community Association, the Rancho Rio Vista Property Owners Association, and the Carmel Knolls Property Association, representing more than 550 homeowners in the mouth of the Carmel Valley. We are here to ask that Site 48 be removed from the proposed list. Site 48 is in CAL FIRE's very high fire hazard severity zone. Under SB 12, there are additional planning reviews required, and there can be no expedited reviews or approvals. After the Paradise Fire in 2018, SB 12 was revised. It requires significantly enhanced planning and approval, additional exits for evacuation. Homes must be built to a higher fire standard, which significantly adds costs to building. And there are additional costs for home insurance policies, if you can get one, that would add $500 to $1,000 per month for just home insurance. We are requesting the removal of Site 48 because it is in the most hazardous area, and we felt that the HCD really did not review that. The location of Site 48 is on Carmel Valley Road, and Carmel Valley Road is a primary evacuation route for all residents within Carmel Valley. If there was a fire at Site 48, no one could get out. And after the Paradise Fire, everyone needs to think about this. So we are asking for reconsideration and asking that Site 48 come off your list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Hopi.
Yes, you have 2 minutes, Michael. Michael, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Michael Hoppy, and thanks for taking the time to hear my deeply felt concerns from your constituents regarding Tarpey Flats, where I reside. I'm asking you to remove Tarpey Flats from the plan. Today, I come to you as a father. I want you to see the perspective, and I'm hoping to be the voice of the kids who live in Monterey and beyond. I know that you've all heard objections based on several complex factors, but my focus today is quite simple. I'll ask that you consider my 2 young daughters' perspectives. Tarpey Flats, Monterey's only remaining undeveloped meadow, is incredibly, naturally beautiful. My girls have spent countless hours in awe of the drama performed by the meadow's residents. Coyotes hunting, nurturing their young, or howling a chorus at the sirens from emergency vehicles passing by Highway 68. My daughters often howl along. So do I. As a family, we gaze at grazing deer, hunting hawks and vultures, and even the occasional bobcat, even tom turkeys doing their dance for prospective mates. My daughter's understanding of the rarity and importance of this beauty is shared by the majority of my neighbors and community members. The meadow is special, it's cherished, and it is the last of its kind in our area. As I mentioned, there are many complex reasons not to develop this land, but my question to you supervisors, respectfully, is this. Isn't leave the land undeveloped because it's precious, beautiful, and rare reason enough to remove Tarpey Flats from your plan? Thank you so much for hearing my concerns.
Thank you.
As Elizabeth Montragal.
Yes, Elizabeth, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Church and Supervisors. My name is Elizabeth, and I was born and raised in the Salinas Valley, and now work in developing affordable housing throughout Northern California. As the daughter of farm workers, my siblings and I struggled with housing instability growing up. That is, until we were lucky enough to land an affordable home. Since that point in time, the power of a safe, stable home was demonstrated to my family and I. No longer did my parents have to constantly worry about how they would make ends meet. Our family could simply be and focus on school, work, etc. With this life experience, it is a deep belief of mine that all in our community deserve to have a place to call home. Monterey County's regional housing needs allocation for new homes over the next 8 years, 3,764. I do want to stress the importance of each part of this county doing its fair share, especially the highest opportunity areas. Namely, sites 49, 74, and 75 must be kept in the housing element. Lots 5, 6, and 13 must also remain in the plan. We need more housing to alleviate the severe overcrowding, unsafe living conditions, and inequities so many in our community face on a daily basis. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Helen and Al Shamble.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name's Helen Shamble, and I am speaking about Site 13 at the corner of Blanco and Reservation. I live just down the road in East Garrison, so I know the pitfalls of this corner of the county. I can see the appeal of Site 13. There are no native species or beautiful creek, but it's a great example of sprawl. East Garrison residents are paying off the Mello-Roos fees associated with providing infrastructure to our neighborhood, including a complex wastewater system. As a result, East Garrison residents pay double the property tax of other county residents. I assume Site 13 will also be burdened with Mello-Roos fees, unless it will tap into the infrastructure I'm paying for, in which case I look forward to a reduction in my Mello-Roos as we share the burden. But let's assume Site 13 will pay its own way. How will the infrastructure be financed? Secondly, there are no services near this dangerous corner. The closest grocery store is over 3.5 miles away, as are schools and other facilities. Someday, East Garrison will have a small retail area, but it will have sorely inadequate parking to accommodate our neighbors from Site 13. Lastly, Blanco and Reservation are high-traffic roads which would be dangerous for pedestrians and bicyclists. So unless the county is willing to finance infrastructure, community services, shopping, transit, and pedestrian bridges over high-traffic streets, Site 13 should be removed from the plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Short.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you, Terry Short. And my husband has lived just west of Olmsted Road for 60 years. We reside in the parcels 62 and 65 that were removed. Thank you for that. I'd like to express our disheartened experience at the very late notice about all of this. And I would like to support the removal of 1, 2, 3, and 4 for many of the reasons already mentioned, including the high density traffic corridor and the safety issues, the indigenous historical significance, the wildlife and endangered species that have already been mentioned, the fire risk, and the limited resources of water and sewer. We do very much support affordable housing in areas that can support such high density, such as Fort Ord and some of the city areas that have already been mentioned. Thank you.
Marina Vargas.
Yes, you have 2 minutes, Ms. Vargas.
Yes, I was born and raised in Monterey County, and I have lived firsthand and relatives who live in garages and places were not conditioned. And I approve and hope that everything works out for the best so that there's affordable housing out there for these people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda One.
You have 2 minutes.
I'm Linda Agrati. I live in Oak Tree Views, and I've sent a letter. Can make a couple of bullet points here. That's all. Opportunity sites. That's a strange word to use because the opportunity has not come to the neighbors. Most people on the peninsula in general still have not even heard about this. They're just starting. The disclosure has been horrible. I think you need to tell the state, no, this is too much pressure in too short a time. You're going to do it right because it's all too sensitive. You say that lots 1, 2, 3, and 4 are high resource area. They absolutely are not. If you do not have a car, you cannot go to the grocery store. You might be able to get a job at the airport or at a few offices on Garden Road. That's it. So you need to think about that too. That intersection of Olmsted Road and Highway 68 is going to add between the city and the county proposals somewhere between 2,000 and 8,000 cars a day. Just think about that with your roundabout. Hotels, there's 4 new hotels being built on the peninsula. No one has any idea why we would have that many more since the hotel sales are down 11%, according to you this morning. Are all these hotels required to have apartments available for their employees? If not, why not? Once you do this, what your plans are, you cannot reverse it. You are destroying things that can never be replaced. And you don't want to have to go to the tree museum to see a tree. Thank you.
El Telefono de Gabriel.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Gabriel Sanders. I'm the principal and owner of Sanders Strategic Consulting. I work with housing developers in the for-profit market currently who are looking to build mixed income and affordable housing. I've submitted a policy memo to you ahead of the meeting that includes an incentive package that would elaborate on the policies already contained in the housing element. Ask any housing developer who has an interest in building here, multifamily or otherwise, and they tell you it's generally very difficult to make it pencil out. An incentive package like the one that I've submitted, perhaps one that takes a little bit more work, but which contains some of the policies within that make it easier to build densely and more affordably, especially for infill projects that do not require any sprawl on any of the sites that might be removed from or opposed by folks who have made comment previously. Infill development is made a heck of a lot easier if you reduce the barriers to doing so, especially those that increase cost. So I encourage you to take a look at those policies. They've been vetted by developers that I work with and others, as well as vetted by the experience I've had working on housing policy throughout the Monterey Bay region, both for the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership and even Landwatch. These are policies that have run through the last 2 years since I worked at the Department of Housing and Community Development as well. So this is informed by experience. It's informed by very recent day-to-day experience with housing developers who'd like to build the housing that this county needs, especially in the places where there are resources, where traffic is not an issue, where public transit is available, and where you can increase economic viability for everybody, including the folks who already live here, and the folks who would like to live here and who would like to not be in a car for an hour or longer every day just to serve the folks who already do have homes. So keeping all of the socioeconomic fibers in mind, I encourage you to look at what makes possible housing development that is affordable.
Comments.
Thank you.
Beth Weinstein.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Beth Weinstein. My family and I are full-time residents of Carmel Valley. In particular, I'd like to ask that sites 48 be removed and 44 be either significantly reduced or removed. So I do support affordable housing, especially to attract and retain doctors and other healthcare providers and those who deliver really valuable services in the area. By my math, your updated plan has over 1,600 housing units being recommended for Carmel Valley. I think this is close to like 45% of the units being proposed. If you travel Carmel Valley Road several times a day like we do, you'd understand why a density of 1,600 units is terrifying. Beyond the fire risk of this being a one-road escape for most of us as residents, every day it can be challenging to just make turns on and off the road. And with school traffic and construction obstacles, it's a road where there are accidents regularly and near accidents daily. I also think, as many have spoke about, we have a responsibility to protect the rural environment. Watching all the building already in place where ridges and natural lands are being destroyed, like September Ranch, some of these sites, like 48, really will impact the legacy we leave in terms of the natural beauty of the area. We don't need to urbanize Carmel Valley and create what is likely to lead to an even bigger pool of vacation homes and investment properties. We need sensible and responsible housing options that make it easier to attract those who make it less stressful, getting simple care here. If we could really focus and realize about 500 units in Carmel Valley, there'd be a lot of positive gains. I still don't understand why the numbers and the buffers are so high. It seems insane. Thank you.
Alex Brandt.
Yes, Alex, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Alex Brandt, and I live and grew up in Carmel Valley. The plan to build 1,350 more units in Carmel Valley is much better than the 2,500 that was originally planned, but it is still too much, especially if it is done in large development projects. Most people in Carmel Valley don't want any more large development projects. Currently, we don't have the infrastructure to handle another 1,350 more units, 2,700 plus more cars, and the thousands more people that this would bring to Carmel Valley. Carmel Valley Road is in horrible shape as it is and needs a lot of repairs and improvements. What will happen with Highway 1? How will the additional traffic be dealt with going from Carmel Valley Road to Monterey? It is already a huge traffic issue. Will the Haddon Canyon Highway project be revived? I believe the county should have planning policies that benefit the people who already live here as well. There will be growth and we should build affordable housing, but it needs to be done in a measured way. 1,350 units on top of what is already being built is unreasonable if the infrastructure isn't put in place beforehand and if it is done in large development projects. The housing element has plans for high-density apartments and condos, which benefit developers and clog the areas where they're built. Instead, the county should focus on common sense things like allowing the people who live here to build ADUs or subdivide their properties. This is affordable housing for local families. Local families should never be put in a position where they have to compete for available lots and units with developers. In this scenario, the developer usually wins and the small guy loses. This is a huge error in the current CVMP. It was not equitable and it needs to be addressed in any policies that deal with land use in Carmel Valley. Therefore, any new developments in Carmel Valley should be limited to 15 to 20 units, and the percentage of large developments in any new master plan or any plan for Carmel Valley should be capped at 25% of the new units. Lastly, all the communities in Monterey County should share in the burden of new development. Isn't Pebble Beach in Monterey County, and isn't it a high resource area as well? Don't the people who work there need more affordable housing? Shouldn't all the communities have skin in the game? Thank you.
iPhone Jeff.
You have 2 minutes, Jeff.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, supervisors and staff. I live in Mid-Valley, and my concern is related to the current pipeline projects that are already in Carmel Valley, in the Carmel Valley Master Plan area. 2 of them are significant. That's one Carmel, which most people see being built right now, and also Rancho Cunata Village. The reason they're significant is they contain, one Carmel contains 15 inclusionary units, and Rancho Cunata Village has 40 affordable units. And so those should definitely be included in the plan. And the other major concern I have is there are 200 lots of record in Carmel Valley Master Plan area. And once the water problems are mediated, those are going to start percolating. And I think those should be included in the planning for this 6th cycle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Luis Ocean.
You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Louise Miranda Ramirez, and I am the tribal chairwoman for Ohlone, Costanoan, and Esselen Nations. I heard many reasons for the building of housing, the housing plan for many areas within our Aboriginal homeland. There are many unknown statistics as our sacred sites within Monterey County. This disturbance of all these projects will destroy many of our sacred sites. I have been assigned within this area as a most likely descendant by the NAHC and am personally aware of the cultural significance of areas 1, 2, 3, and 4. Too many of our sacred sites have been destroyed. We support the voice of Big Sur Land Trust, Land Watch, and all those individuals in supporting our cultural heritage. I ask that you protect 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we work with the Monterey County to protect our ancestors and our homeland. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Shivavan.
Susan, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I continue to have some concern about the number of sites being submitted. They're far beyond what is required by RENA. And if a site is identified in the plan but not built on, then you're going to have more by right construction processes. The more sites you submit, the higher the chance of this happening and the loss of local control. I want to focus on supporting removing sites 1, 2, 3, and 4. Especially 3 and 4, which comprise the last lower marine terrace, that is a continuation of the Monterey Pine Forest at Jacks Peak and the Joyce Stevens Monterey Pine Preserve. These properties are an extension of the Pine Forest and a very important wildlife corridor, adjacent to the newly acquired Big Sur Land Trust His Riparian Habitat land. Please refer to their letter regarding this. As stated by the staff, by preventing potential development, we are protecting important habitats that are part of a valuable wildlife corridor. Coyote, deer, black bear, and many other species live there. The land holds cultural values of significance for the Ohlone, Costanoan, Esla Nation, and many other endangered species and plants. These same sites serve as connectivity with the pine forest. Keeping them open space enables wildlife open areas to reach the riparian watershed for water, as well as provide additional habitat for the pine forest, a very threatened species. Without this land, if you look at the map at the Big Sur Land Trust, his land acquisition map on their site, you can see that without those lands, the animals will be forced to maneuver their way zigzag over the top of ridges between houses that have already been built in that area in narrow areas in order to find the waterway. Please don't build on these sites. The traffic congestion alone would create gridlock and a horrible situation on commuter roads, and it would produce a much higher level of air pollution in the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melody Chrislock.
Yes, you have 2 minutes, Melanie.
Melody Chrislock. I guess I'm wondering why you would zone for more than the 3,326 units the state requires. The 80-20 inclusionary housing ordinance has not worked over many decades. Why continue to base affordable housing on this failed policy? And why was $2 million spent on this flawed plan? Who was responsible for hiring this consultant who did such a poor job? Affordable housing must be the priority here. I would hope the board would encourage a plan with about 2,800 affordable housing units in RENA proportions, plus the 1,136 market rate units. Of course, the revised plan should count all the pipeline projects toward both those goals. With clear directions from the board and the reduced site selections from last week's Planning Commission meeting, I would hope the Planning Housing Department staff and consultant could get it right this time and submit a revised plan to the supervisors for approval sooner rather than later. The longer you wait, the more of the builder's remedy projects can come online. Thank you.
Audrey Magallanes.
Yes, Audrey, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I sent a letter. I am a resident of Fisherman's Flats. I grew up here. I've lived here all my life. I have a couple of items that I wanted to just go over. One of them is the volume of automobile accidents, the traffic problems, and not a small thing, the wildlife deaths that are created by the cars on Highway 68 that drive through here now. What's caused this is we have Montera, Tehama, Ryan Ranch, York Heights, Bay Ridge, Halcyon Heights, Pasadena, Laguna Seca Raceway, Floralis Grade, Corral de Tierra, San Benancho, and Toro Park. Those are all developments off of Highway 68. And now sites 1, 2, 3, and 4 would be another development that would add to this. And I really feel that traffic needs to be mitigated, not added to. Another concern that I wanted to just point out is that there's a school over here, Foothill School. And Foothill School would probably be impacted as well. And I know a lot of people think it would be a good thing, but what happened at Foothill School is that there's a house that was built right next to the back door bus stop or drop-off area, which is on Olmsted Road. And they were allowed to build their driveway right next to that bus stop or drop-off zone. So parents are not allowed to drop off their children on Olmsted Road anymore, and all cars come through Fisherman's Flats. So I'm thinking about all these houses that you want to build in Tarpey Flats and how parents will have children and they'll need to come through
Thank you for
Fisherman's
your
Flat.
comments.
Thank you.
Eric Pertuno.
You have 2 minutes. Eric?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you for taking me on. I am a resident of Aromas, and I wanted to just express that, yes, low-income housing is critical for sustained growth in an area such as Monterey County, but the low-income housing needs have to be focused around areas that have sufficient existing or potential infrastructure, including water, utility, traffic, and other concerns of that nature. So I want to thank you all for recognizing that Aromas is not an area that can sustain such high development and removing it from consideration.
KG Lenzer.
You have 2 minutes.
Hi, Kent Glenzer here. I'm a resident of the city of Monterey. And first off, I just really want to thank the county for this whole process. I think you've actually done a great job. I'm a professor of public policy at the Middlebury Institute for International Studies, but I am not speaking for the institute in any way, shape, or form. The only thing I wanted to say is the biggest challenge we have here on the peninsula, and probably in the county, but I know the peninsula pretty well after 15 years, is low-income housing. And the county doesn't have any control over cities like, Monterey or Pacific Grove or Seaside or Carmel. And I would really encourage, I know it's really late in the game, y'all, I know, but the percentages that you're presenting in terms of low versus medium versus whatever housing, if I were you, and I know I'm being intellectual as a professor, I would put 100% on low-income housing so that the people who work here on the peninsula can actually afford to be here. That's all I want.
Thank you.
Jen Salachi.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Jen Salachi. My husband and I own what was site 64. Thank you so much for removing sites 61 through 68. I am speaking out and just echoing what everybody else has already shared about sites 1, 2, 3, and 4. Just to paint a picture, living on Highway 68 is an interesting experience. We make a right turn into our driveway and frequently get honked at by people behind us that don't like us slowing down under 55 to get into our property. I can't imagine how traffic would be impacted if additional homes were built there. So I'm humbly asking you to please consider removing sites 1, 2, 3, and 4, and to maybe take a breath and slow this process down. We we didn't know our home was being considered until we got a letter in the mail this past Friday, and that was true of all of our neighbors. So shout out to Jamie at the county for talking me off a ledge, going, "What does this mean?" I really appreciate Jamie, Craig, and Melanie. So thank you for that. Please, please, please consider removing sites 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Vitelli.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name's Robert Vitale. I'm a 30-year resident of Monterey County, last 24 years in Aromas. I want to thank you for removing the Aromas sites. Also, thanks to the Planning Commission and the board for their leadership on this matter. It seemed like it was being rushed through, and you guys actually stood up and said, let's hear what the community has to say. So I also want to speak out in support of finding sites in the Pajaro area and in North County that can sustainably support low-income housing, especially anything that's close to transit solutions. I'm wondering why there hasn't been any Pajaro sites actually put on the list, even though the community has been devastated by levee breaks and code enforcement taking away housing there. So, and then the second thought is to also encourage development of ADUs. There hasn't been much discussion on that, and yet on numerous newspaper articles I've been reading where ADUs have been the life-saving blood in many communities trying to meet the housing demands. ADUs can support low-income housing via deed restriction. A lot of times they can also help seniors who are having a hard time maintaining their own home and trying to age in place. So I would support looking at reaching out to the community, trying to encourage property owners to develop ADUs, perhaps through deed restriction and property tax relief on that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andrea Lanier.
Yes, Andrea, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I've never done this before. I'm Andrea Lanier. I'm a member of the Olmsted Consortium. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this meeting. I have learned so much. I unfortunately had to log in under my iPhone, but I did not know this was occurring until one of our neighbors contacted us, and I've been trying to follow it as much as I've been able to. I've lived here for about 5 years now. I can't think of any of these people who have come forward. I think we all are on the same page. We want to have affordable housing in an area where it's walkable and not have to put more stress on our infrastructure. We pay a lot of money for our roads and our highways, and it's just, that's all I have to say. And I thank you very much for, I also was able to meet the tribal chairwoman too a few weeks ago, if she remembers me. We had a nice chat. So I support what the nation wants to do with their property. They're good stewards. I oppose 1, 2, 3, and 4 development, except for what the Essel Nation wants to do. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Miller.
Mr. Miller, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. My name's Alan Miller. I live in the Carmel Valley. And I noticed that on page 7-12 of the housing report, it says, quote, the county initially filtered out all parcels with extreme fire threat level. That sounds great, but it's ambiguous. There's nowhere do they define what is an extreme fire threat level or which parcels go work with that. The CAL FIRE has defined fire hazard safety zones in 3 levels, moderate, high, and very high. I would suggest that the plan be changed to say that the county initially filtered out all parcels with a CAL FIRE very high fire hazard safety zone. If you do that, there are implications. It means that parcel or sites 48, 54, and 73 would all have to come out of the plan because they all fall under this very high hazard zone. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Sister Rosa Dolores Rodriguez.
Sister Rosa, you have 2 minutes. Well, Sister Rosa?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. I almost forgot what I was going to say listening to everybody. I'm here as the chairperson of the Pajaro Disaster Long-Term Recovery. I want to thank you for this long, wonderful meeting and your patience. I see that Pajaro and Las Lomas were not in the list, but thank you, Greg and Melody, because you're giving us hope that to continue with this. The whole community is working towards the development of our community. And so we ask you to consider the letter that we sent yesterday. And sorry for the tardiness of it, but be sure that you have our support in doing everything that we can to work with you, with the county, to bring about some development and wonderful hope for our community. And as Archbishop Romero said, we are not master builders, we're builders, and we're prophets of a future not our own. While the future is not our own, the present is. And so thank you for considering the present for the future of our generations to come. Thank you so very much for this meeting.
Thank you.
Ryan Meckel.
You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the time to speak. My name is Ryan Meckel. I grew up in Monterey County, and I just want to say I no longer live in Monterey County because there's nowhere for me to live. All my friends have moved away. I can probably count on a single hand how many of my childhood friends still live in Monterey County who grew up there. And it's not because we don't want to live there. Monterey County is amazing. I think we can all agree on that. But there's just no options for people like me, young people like me. We're not even keeping up building enough housing for the kids who are growing up in our community. We go to school there, we make friends, we build connections with the community. We can maybe go to college, but after you graduate high school and leave your parents, there's no way for you to return, really. This doesn't even account for all the folks who would like to move into Monterey, people who are working in Monterey but live elsewhere in the county, like Salinas and our less wealthy areas. We need to be building housing not only for our children, but for the folks that serve our community and keep our community strong. And it's a shame that we're not doing that. I encourage the board to move forward with this housing element and encourage the development of dense infill housing, the type of housing that is best for our environment and best for our communities. This would actually help reduce traffic on 68. As somebody who went to York School, I was part of that traffic every single day, and I know a lot of my teachers and other fellow students were as well because they couldn't live closer to where they went to school or where they worked. By building housing near jobs, that reduces the amount that people need to drive. And I would like to specifically call out York School and thank them for pushing for more housing, for teacher housing on their properties. I know teachers that commuted in from Santa Cruz every single day to teach us because there's no housing for them in Monterey. That's a shame. And I think we should be offering more opportunities for our teachers to live near their students so they can spend more time with their students and more time on teaching rather than more time in traffic and just having stressful lives. I think that's terrible. So please move this forward. Don't delay this and build some homes for us.
Larry Bacon.
Yes, Mr. Bacon, you have 2 minutes.
All right, I'm muted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. This is Larry Bacon. I am a resident of Carmel Valley, very active with the Carmel Valley Association. First, numbers. I was surprised to see a slide put up by HCD that showed 10,000 units as a target with 2,500 units in Carmel Valley. That would represent about a 50% increase in the number of residential units in our area. Impossible, unrealistic. We came out of the Planning Commission, as I followed this, with a number closer to 6,000 overall. But let's go back to another speaker who pointed out that the allocation to the county is 3,326 units. Hopefully we can get back to that, add a buffer of 20%. That's 4,000 units for the county. Let's make this a realistic exercise, not a bureaucratic exercise that gets put in somebody's bottom drawer for the next 8 years. Secondly, how about incentives? The inclusionary housing ordinance has been mentioned. It doesn't work. We need some new thinking. It's not attracting developers, or if it does, what you get is 3 to 4 times market rate housing compared to affordable housing. This board needs to listen to HCD and come up with a better set of incentives. One incentive is free land. So out of this exercise has come recognition that schools, churches, public ownership, county lands could be free for development for affordable purposes. Let's take advantage of that. And again, another incentive that's been mentioned, zoning. Let's go to the high density, Mullen density type zoning. In Carmel Valley, we don't need market rate. We need affordable housing. We need it clustered at the mouth of the valley, the infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon.
Thank you.
Mr. Farashi?
Mr. Farashi, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon. I represent my family who owns parcel number, or not parcel, but area number 5 on Russell Road in North Salinas. It's 95 acres. It's flat. It's right adjacent to the city. It's surrounded on 3 sides by development, including the middle school. And at Planning Commission last week, they were at first recommending removing that parcel for some reason. I think it should be left in. We have interest from builders who would like to build there. Could be a significant number of homes on 95 acres. It's a very poor spot to keep farming because we are being boxed in, and the houses as well as the school, just not a great spot for farming berries or vegetables or anything else for that matter, quite frankly. I'd like to also take this opportunity to congratulate staff. I think they did a very good job on the housing plan. A lot of time and effort and work went into it, obviously. And it's a shame there's not more people speaking in favor, but that's our county, I guess. I also want to point out that it's very clear in the report that there's a section on the economics of all this housing, and that for 100% affordable is only done with public money. And the plan, your plan clearly says there's never going to be enough public money for all the affordable housing we need. So the other option is the 80-20. Allow market rate housing, which, everybody needs a house, firefighters and police and teachers use, buy market rate housing. And then you get your 20% affordable with that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Phone number ending in 436.
Is phone number 436. You have 2 minutes. Phone number 436. You have.
Hello, this is Eloise Sim. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Eloise.
Okay, so well, I just wanted to comment about this. I've been waiting to talk for over an hour, but I used to work at the Foothill Elementary School, and that the first time that I drove actually from Las Laureles grade to Salinas was when I was in my 20s, which was a long time ago. And the first time that I went to the race car event was closer to, well, it was a long time ago. Anyway, I want to say, realistically, these RENA numbers I think that they must be met, or the county can lose control by having developers power grab development by default, by not doing something tangible over there. And I now live in Salinas, in District 3. It serves as the gateway on Highway 68 entering to Salinas from Monterey. So I want the considerations of traffic congestion, preservation for green belt lands on both sides, equity for low-cost housing when distributing the building sites. I myself grew up in San Jose, so I'm sensitive to out-of-control growth since my childhood neighborhood looks nothing like it did. Urban sprawl really took over. But it's possible to satisfy the state, the residents, and the stakeholders. Read about the Olmsted brothers. They may be the namesakes for Olmsted Road. They developed landscapes all over the U.S. in the 1900s that still exist today by highlighting the environment and using land use decisions. So, if it worked over 100 years ago, it can work
Thank you,
again.
Eloise.
Open spaces.
Jason M.
Yes, Jason, you have 2 minutes.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thanks for taking my call. I'm a resident of Monterey. I own a property in lot 61 through 68, so thank you for removing that. I just wanted to state my opposition to the development of lots 1, 2, 3, and 4. And mainly my biggest opposition is that I don't like the way this project has been handled. Like my wife Jen said before, we only learned of this about less than a week ago. And I don't appreciate the stress you've put on us, on our neighbors, and obviously a whole lot of other people in the community. I think you really need to slow down and get your priorities in order. And, you know, if I did something like this at work, I probably would be fired. So I want you to think about that. I also would like you to think, if you're a resident of Monterey County, if you enjoy the beauty of it, think about what your plans will do, not only to obviously residents, but what will it do for you? And will it really will you enjoy the beauty that, you know, it currently brings to you? Because this development, quite frankly, I think will tank a lot of good things. So that's my say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paula Bertone.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, Paula Bertoin. I'm speaking primarily for Carmel Valley, but I'm also in opposition to sites 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those should be preserved. I'd like to say that Carmel Valley by CAL FIRE has been designated as a very high fire zone primarily. Fire insurance is skyrocketing. And that certainly affordable housing is needed in Carmel Valley, but not market rate housing. I'd like to say that we need to take out 48 and 44, 27, and 29. 44, 27, and 29 are agricultural lands, and that would be a real travesty for those lands to be built on. We need to preserve the little bit of agricultural land we have left in Carmel Valley. And then also I'd like to just say that in terms of the Mormon site 48, there have been accidents on Carmel Valley Road, one most recently at Carmel Middle School, where the traffic was backed up, where emergency vehicles had to drive on the westbound lane in order to get to the site. And so I'd like to just ask that you please scale back significantly the numbers of housing in Carmel Valley. I agree with Beth Weinstein, who said about 500 resident units. Once the land is built on, we cannot get it back. All the natural value of that land for the whole of Carmel River watershed will be lost. The Carmel Valley will not be the place that people have fought hard to try to preserve what is left, and that which visitors come to enjoy and pay taxes to in Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aiden Gomez.
Yes, you have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes if you would like to speak. Good.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Please go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Adon Gomez. Just wanted to say that my family and I, we wanted to say that we recommend sites 5 and 6. We are actually on that property there. And I say they remain as part of the site list. The sites are right next to the city of Salinas, within a mile of the freeway access, a mile of the major grocery store, supply housing for local farming and labor. And there's a new high school there. So I think it's a great location for it. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Sarah C.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
It might be Spanish speaking.
What was the name again?
Hola.
Yes, please go ahead. Diego.
Hola.
Diego,
Mi
you
nombre es
translate.
Sara y soy residente del condado desde hace 20 años apoyando a
My name is Sarah. I'm a resident of the county for 20 years.
con sus trabajadores que siempre están anhelando poder vivir cerca de sus trabajos.
I recognize
Sin
the workers that
embargo-
want to live closer to their work sites.
Sin embargo, el peligro que existe en el Valle de Carmel, la carretera que es solamente de una carril, es un problema y puede haber muchísimo tráfico en caso de
I want to say that
una
there's a danger
evacuación.
exactly on Carmel Valley Road, where the road is only a one-lane road.
También estamos preocupados por el impacto ambiental y lo que sucederá con los ecosistemas donde se
We're also worried
quieren
about the
construir.
environmental act and what is going to happen to the ecosystems.
Y también estamos esperando que el acceso a estas casas sea exclusivamente para trabajadores que actualmente ya laboran en las zonas adyacentes a tales
We'd
viviendas,
also
como
like to make
solamente,
these areas accessible to local workers who need homes that work in this area.
por ejemplo, si los trabajadores trabajan en Carmel, entonces que solamente a ellos se les dé acceso y a nadie más.
For example, if those workers only work in Carmel, that access will only be given to those workers and only to them.
Por otro lado, estoy muy agradecida primeramente por dar acceso en español para que los miembros de la comunidad que quieran participar en la opinión pública puedan hacerlo por medio de sus intérpretes que son tan buenos. Gracias.
On the other hand, I'm very thankful to the county for making these meetings available in Spanish and for making the interpreters available to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
No more, okay. So we'll close public comment. Mr. Spencer, there's been a couple comments, a few comments about late notification, but I know letters did go out early on because I had constituents reach out to me. I think it was last year. If you want to just maybe address that briefly.
Yeah, so we had iterations of the housing opportunity sites map. The first iteration, we did send out letters early on, and many of those are still in the plan. I mean, some of them were removed when we received responses. We then had a second iteration, and it did take us some time. We had maybe a miscommunication, but those letters have gone out. Everyone who is on the draft, either marked for potential inclusion, deletion, or flagged by the Planning Commission, they should have all received a letter from the county at this point.
Thank you. So bring it back here to the board. I know we need to go probably through a number of these sites individually at some point. You have to give some direction to staff on this. I know there's at least 3 suggestions for adding sites in Pajaro, Carmel Valley, and I think Supervisor Askew mentioned some in the Marina. And I don't know if any of the board, what is that? Well, we might be able to go by number, might be an easier way to do this. I mean, you know, with some of them may not be controversial at all, it seems, but there are a few.
If I may, through the chair, I think one thing that just staff wants to just make the board aware of as well. So regardless of wherever we land with the recommendation from today, we still do have to take that information back and reanalyze against, for example, our affirmatively furthering fair housing. There's limits on how many of our low affordable sites can be on vacant versus non-vacant. So I did just want to acknowledge that we still do have additional analysis to do based on what changes may come, and happy to do that based on direction today, but just wanted you to remember that as well.
Supervisor Adams, yes.
I'm conscious of that additional step that's going to have to be taken, taking it back to staff, and really worried that how much longer we can go without getting this up to the state. And so once you guys do that, if we have to get it back to us, it seems like that's going to be dragging it on even more. We'll have the opportunity to look at it again after it goes to the state. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so maybe what would your recommendation be regarding this?
So our recommendation to the Planning Commission was to delete all of those that we had proposed for deletion. The ones that were flagged, the differences were the York School had been potentially being considered for deletion, mostly because they were in the flight path for the airport approach zone. The Planning Commission wanted to keep those in, so we added them back in. We had talked about just flagging, and I think the one that was the sites that were of most concern were sites 1, 2, 3, and 4. But there was flagged other sites 5, 6, 13, and 48 for consideration, mostly based on comments received and wanting to flag those for the board to give some feedback on. We had not proposed to remove those as staff. What we would propose to do is, once we get direction on those sites, to make those revisions, as long as there isn't any conflict with our mandate to affirmatively further fair housing, and we can still meet our RENA obligations with an appropriate buffer, we would go make those changes, submit that changed draft to state HCD. We'd come back to the board, let you know what those what if any changes are required by state HCD, make another round of revisions, and then bring the element back through the hearing process.
So I'm a little confused about the York ones. You say they're back in? Because when I look at the chart that was presented, they're out.
Yeah, so we had, gone through and done a staff level analysis of what, based on a lot of comments we had received, and we had provided a suggestion. The Planning Commission gave us feedback. Planning Commission said, no, don't remove York school sites. Do remove all the other ones and take note of those 4 lots or clusters of lots for the board to consider.
So this 11 by 17, it's not up to date then?
It is.
Well, it shows.
So if you'll excuse me, so I believe there may have been cross communication. I had understood that we were going to take those out, and that is a staff error. So my apologies. I'm trying to plug them in now to see what that does to our numbers, and my apologies for that.
Those are in then.
75.
Yeah, that spreadsheet is kind of a living document that we continually update. based on what is in, what is out, what's added, what ways we're counting, what the developer interests are. We're looking at it in different ways, running different scenarios and numbers. Again, that's not the regulatory piece of it, although it's important because we need to show we're meeting our RENA obligations. It really boils down to the acreage or the opportunity sites that need to be designated for us to meet our RENA obligations. So if you count differently, you can get to your RENA numbers a little faster, meaning less opportunity sites. But you ultimately have to dedicate a certain number of housing opportunity sites that equates to being able to accommodate, mostly driving this again is the 1,070 very low income units.
Supervisor Askew, you have a comment?
Thank you. So I'll just make some comments that I didn't get to make earlier. I wanted to just especially thank our team for the presentations that you did to the Marina City Council and to the Del Rey Oaks City Council. As we think about where we put our opportunity sites, it is a little strange. Like, we want to have housing in communities where there are resources and sidewalks and schools and shopping. So we're in this sort of backing into that and trying to put opportunity sites that are within the jurisdictional, are nearest to those cities, since we can't put all of it in the cities. And so I wanted to make sure that the cities in District 4 had a chance to really see and hear and understand what the impacts might be of the sites that were being proposed as we go through this. I just want to say thank you. I know that was above and beyond. I also want to there was some feedback about construction and workforce. And so within the housing element, can you address any anything that we specifically call out in regards to supporting workers who would be providing the services to develop these sites?
I'm not sure we have any policies or programs yet. We did get a letter from the unions and a desire to have prevailing wage or union jobs be part of the building and infrastructure development. There is requirements when there's state, federal, or even county sometimes funding sources that are used to subsidize mostly affordable housing. Oftentimes that money comes with a requirement to use unions and pay prevailing wages to contractors. When it's a private developer, that's not usually the case. Although I've seen them comment in the process to try and get that when a development moves forward, they negotiate with the property owner in some fashion. But those two different scenarios there. And
Okay.
the latter is not really addressed in our housing element at this point.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on that.
Yeah.
So given all of that and given all the feedback that we've received, given the time that my staff and I have spent reviewing the plan, looking at the maps, speaking with stakeholders, both property owners as well as neighbors, I'm comfortable agreeing with the removal of the sites that were listed in the, I'm referring to an email that I got. So it's removing all the sites that were recommended for removal by the Planning Commission. Agreeing with the Planning Commission on the removal of sites 14, 55 through 57, 46 and 49, 33 and 34, 61 through 68, 71 and 72, 9 and 10, and 76. And then the sites that were flagged for board direction, I would recommend that we remove sites 1 through 4, leave site 48, leave site 5 and 6, and remove site 13. Those would be, as far as opportunity sites, what I recommend we move forward with direction. I do think I would also like to give direction to staff to further explore and vet the additional properties that were identified in the last 48 hours to include the site that the city of Marina suggested, to include the properties that the Pajaro Coalition suggested, and to include the 3 sites via Nona Marie, and at the Blue Sky Lodge site. So asking you to vet those sites to see if they would be appropriate for inclusion. And finally, to consider increasing the limit of 30 units per acre to something higher. I would suggest 40. That doesn't mean we're requiring anyone to develop at 40 units per acre, but I do think that there are some of these sites where that could be appropriate. And if we have to rezone, I would like to see us make sure we're maximizing opportunity for infill development in the locations where we want infill development to happen. Those would be my recommendations, and I could comment more on any one of those if desired.
I wonder if we shouldn't maybe break that up a little bit. I don't know if it's a lot, it's a big piece to bite at one time, but Supervisor Adams.
Right, again, I'm still holding to, let's look at the districts. And I have heard the comments that that Supervisor Rudasky made, and agree with everything that she has said, except for wanting to, did you say you wanted to include both 48 and 44? Because we want to take out.
44 is currently included.
We want to take out 48 and 44.
So maybe the best thing to do is breaking this up as we look at the removals from, see if we can get an agreement at the removals of the Planning Commission suggestion, which are, removing sites 14, 55, 57 in Aromas, 46, 49 Carmel, 33, 34 in Chular, 61 to 68 in Monterey, 71 to 72 along Highway 68, sites 9 and 10 on Frogie Road, and 76 at Rancho Cielo. That's what the Planning Commission recommended. And Supervisor Alejo, I want to let you jump in here too.
I'm good with that, except I don't agree on removing Chular 33 and 34, and I don't agree with removing 9 and 10 on Rogie Road.
Supervisor Lopez, you have any thoughts on those?
I'm fine with leaving Chular in, just given the fact that, we got no sewer to build anything anyway. When we talk about resources, eventually it's going to have to come. I would like to give the community a shot, as staff said, to plan it for themselves, but I think they're going to get that because realistically this isn't going to move before then. So either way, leaving it in or out doesn't bother me at this time.
I was inclining to leave those Chulars in, but I know the community has a plan, and
they don't have a plan.
Well, they need to.
Them they're going to get a plan.
They're going to have a discussion to get a plan.
Part of a decade.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I, could go pretty much either way on that one particularly, but I would be be willing to we're taking out 9 and 10 just because Salinas hasn't built out that way quite yet, and that might be something to add in on the next element. So I don't know. So 33 and 34. The recommendation that was from the planning was to remove them. And have we heard from the community of what they want there?
We didn't hear from the community, no. That was more because they were in active row crop land and they were on the edge of town where we're just getting started on a Chular community planning process. We suggested deleting those. They can be added back in.
If through the chair. So when we took our initial look at where we could reduce, we also were trying to be mindful to have sort of equitable reductions across the county. So we weren't just reducing in certain areas of the county and not having reductions in others, and vice versa. So, so that was the basic approach. And then for those sites,
I think I might be inclined to just to remove those two, just to give the community. I think that's going to get incorporated into the community, but one never knows what that community really wants to do, whether it wants parkland there or whatever.
They want housing.
I'm sure they want housing.
Clear. They want housing. There's no question. It's what type of housing. Right? They've got no question in their mind. You don't hear them here complaining or asking to be removed today because they want the housing. That's what they call for. Every single meeting I go to talk about roads and conditions, they turn around and say, "That's great. Where's our housing?" So yeah, they want housing. It's just a question of what type. And through this process, they'll have a chance at that, but I get the greater vision, which is they've been promised a community plan and they don't have that yet, but I don't know which will come first, but as long as I hear the call for both, I'm happy to move forward in either way today.
When is the community plan scheduled on this?
We're just in trying to do selection. Our request for proposal went out, so we anticipate commencing that process after the sometime this summer.
I'm comfortable putting those back in if your community wants housing, and we've got support from Alejo, and I see Glenn nodding his head. I'm happy to support that as well.
I'm fine with that.
So then I think we have a pretty much an agreement here on removing those, removing everything but the Chular ones. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then on the other, for flagging for direction sites, removing 1 to 4.
Correct.
Is there any?
Not supportive of that.
Yeah. You're not support, you want to keep 1 to 4?
Yes.
Yeah. You want to keep 1 to 4. Supervisor Alejo, your position on 1 to 4?
Is to keep it.
I'm going to support removing them as I think the folks have expressed themselves there. I think as that supervisor asked you, you said to remove it, correct?
I'd like to see sites 1 through 4 removed from our plan at this point. It sounds like there's some community, if we were to include those at some point, it sounds like there's quite a bit of community engagement that needs to occur before that happens.
And then there's 48, but I believe you were talking about sites 44.
Correct. 44, I could go either way on, but 48.
I feel I should bring up about 44 is, I actually know the landowner there, and he mentioned when he called me that he's actually in your district, but since I've known him for many years, he has no intention on selling. He just wanted to make sure, he didn't care if it gets really what happens to us, but he says it's not selling. The family's been there since 1800s.
That's great. Okay.
So I don't, I think
have to worry about
either way on that.
It's 48 I'm worried about.
Yeah. And
I have a question as well for staff. I wanted to be sure, I wasn't sure I was clear on this regarding what's in the pipeline being counted. So for sure, the workforce or the low-income and very low-income housing that are in One Carmel and Rancho Cañada villages are counted and included in this.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds great. So it's just 48, and there are a number of reasons why we feel that 48 is not a good spot, not the least of which is that it is a Mormon-owned, church-owned property. And if we leave it with them, it can fall under the, tell me if I've got this right, Craig, I'm pretty sure I do, SB4, meaning that it would be 100% low-income housing. If we put it in now, it would be subject to the, what is the name of that thing that is not doing us any good at all? The,
Builder's remedy?
No. What, the inclusionary housing ordinance, which is not, that has produced so little for us as far as workforce housing, and it has put such a glut of houses that people cannot afford in our area. And I think that that's exactly what would happen if we put 48 in here. But keep it out, and if it comes under the church regulations, it could be all workforce housing. But if we put it in, am I correct on this or am I incorrect? But I know this is one of the concerns that I'm hearing from people.
Yeah, so.
Because it would be inclusionary housing, and it would be market houses, market rate houses. We do not need more market rate houses in Carmel Valley. We need workforce housing. I'll tell you something that has been so uplifting about this whole process, and that is that there were many people in our community, in my district, who were so against any kind of development at all. And that has changed so much. It's changed 180 degrees. And what it has changed for is housing for the people for very low and low income housing. It's been amazing who has come out of the woodwork to really work hard to get this kind of housing built in Carmel Valley, because we need no more mega mansions. We need places for the people who work to be able to live. It costs about $1.2 million to buy a townhome in East Garrison. Can police officers and fire people and teachers afford that? No, they can't. So we've got to be so conscious of what it is that we do and working hard to get just low-income and very low-income housing is really what many of the people in my district are wed to, and that's what I want to espouse.
So, I'll support removing 48, but I don't know where the rest of the board is on it. Supervisor Leo, do you want to comment?
Well, I'd love to hear from staff on what Mary just said, because my goal is to, if we can get more workforce or lower income housing in that area of the county under the church's remedy, under SB4, that would be great. What are staff's thoughts on what Supervisor Adams said?
Yeah, so this is one of the sites where we did recalculate or reassign the capacity by income category. It was assigned at an 80-20 split because it's owned by a religious institution. It would be potentially developable with or without the housing element designation, but it would be in that SB4 mix of income, which is mostly low income. I think there's a 50% low income. Melanie's going to have to help me with that one.
So just to clarify for this site, so one, inclusion in the housing element as an opportunity site means that site must be rezoned at 20 units per acre or more. So that's what inclusion absolutely requires. How we calculate our assumptions on what might develop there is based on other assumptions. And for this site, this is one of the sites that it is SB4, but because it has a very high TCAC score, and I do want to clarify, we did a very 30,000-foot TCAC scoring just for planning purposes. This is not saying this is how the sites would score with an actual application, and that's some of the discrepancies in terms of amenities and all of that you've heard today. But this site scores very high for TCAC, and so because of that, I have accounted for it in the current version, what we presented to you today with the updated as 100% lower income affordable based on its high TCAC score.
So affordable, though, includes moderate. It's not just the two lower levels. Is that not correct?
So again, there's no restriction on how it develops. This is how we count it within when we're estimating how much housing we expect to be built in the different income categories. So the staff utilized on this site, because of its high scoring for TCAC and that it's owned by a church, we utilize the count of 100% affordable in the low income categories, very low and low. That doesn't guarantee that's how it develops. The actual SB4 distribution is different. So if it were to develop, whether it's designated or not at SB4, that distribution would be a little bit different. But again, nothing that we're doing guarantees how it's going to develop. It doesn't change its ability to develop per SB4. If it's included in, it allows it to be rezoned to high-density residential from its current zoning, which is low-density residential. And so
I'm going to just go out on a limb a little bit here, and that is the concept of including church sites was one that was really promoted by the Planning Commission as a way of counting the SB4 methodology. So this was a church site. They were supportive mostly of that concept. They did flag this one because it's had a number of comments received. It's in a high fire hazard severity area. And it had fairly high numbers that I think were alarming people in terms of the potential capacity for the number of units. We have not received any input from the property owner. We don't have developer interest on this. And there is a site along that strip along Carmel Valley Road that's relatively flat and open, which is different than Site 49, which goes up the hill and has a lot of vegetation. So it's a church site. We can count it as being mostly affordable income housing. We assume a certain capacity. And if it develops, it will develop in the way that it develops, and I don't know what that will be. But it'll be zoned HDR 20 and subject to whatever rules and regulations and programs and policies and incentives we come up with for getting those higher densities and more compact developments.
So if we've already hit the numbers without that site, and there is input from the Planning Commission not to include it, and the supervisor who oversees that area doesn't want to include it, can you see any reason to include it? I mean, is there going to be, is it going to blow the whole thing up if we do not include it?
Well, you know, I do think that deletion of 1, 2, 3, and 4, 13, 44, and 48 may put us below our arena numbers, but we need to go back and look at those numbers. I think it does. So at some level, there needs to be a balance there, which is one of those things we may have to come back on if all of those sites are deleted, because that's a large amount of acreage that we had in our plans.
All of that is,
and a
but
lot
not
of
48.
And a number of our higher resource area designated properties.
And Mr. Chair, I would be for keeping 48 in then, after all.
Thank you.
If I may, through the chair, one thing also that would continue what you're doing, but just.
My people tell me that.
But also another thing, we can run numbers on the fly, but also, you know, wherever we land, we can, but I wouldn't trust the on-the-fly numbers. So helping us where you have consensus and where there's split consensus, but there's a prioritization. So if we can do deeper cuts, go.
And we also have these 3 other suggestions that we haven't taken into consideration as well. But do we want to make a decision on 48 right now, or do you want to come back to 48? How do we want to do this? I'm going to let you.
Well, I want you guys to say, take it off.
Right, well,
I think that's only 2 of us that are saying that.
Right. So is
Unless you want
the majority wanting to keep
rethink
it?
this,
You support keeping it?
So I think what I hear staff saying is that there's a balance between making sure that we have enough of our percentage of sites in a affirmatively fair area. And so that's the risk if we're adding Chular, but yeah, we're taking off. So we're losing that percentage that we need to keep in our affirmatively fair housing area. So, so I'm comfortable. I hear you. I'm comfortable. 44 stays on. 48. If we take that off, but figuring out how we maintain that balance, that percentage balance that we're required to maintain, that's what I hear staff saying. They're concerned that we're going to lose that balance. So if you can give us guidance, I think the preference is take 48 off, knowing that we do need to maintain the balance for affirmatively fair housing.
Okay. So I think that's 3 for off right now.
We will take that direction. I think the concern is a little bit is, you know, in the end, how many acres are we deleting? Will our numbers still add up to what they need to add up to?
Sure.
And in whatever way we're able to count them, and then will we still meet our AFFH requirements? And we'll definitely look at that. But I think if we delete all the ones that we're talking about, we may be, you know, getting at that level where we're not meeting our minimum numbers.
You'll be coming back.
I don't know for sure.
You'll be coming back anyway if this is off, so we'll have to maybe readjust. So we have 5 and 6 in Bolsa Knolls, and all I want to say with 2 kind of conflicting points on 5 and 6 in Bolsa Knolls is I have heard from the people there who have complained very much about the ag fields from the wind blowing over when there's work being done there, because Bolsono's is immediately to the east, and the wind is, of course, pretty strong. From what I also understand is that the field had been soil added or manipulated in a way so that it was higher than it used to be when the homes were built. So there's some flooding problems into people's backyards. Obviously, putting homes into there would help address that. On the other side of the coin, as everybody knows, this is an area that gets flooded pretty regularly, and we haven't done maintenance on that creek. And so however long it is, and it takes both state and federal permits, which we're really just beginning the process to go through there. And, you know, what I can support adding these on because Salinas is growing out that way anyway. There's plans to develop that area. I can't support any development going there until there is a maintenance plan for that creek, because this could just worsen it. And the folks there need to have that reconciled and dealt with before there's actually could be any construction going on.
Is that something that would be addressed? I mean, I'm assuming, I guess, how would that be addressed before development on a site that has those concerns?
Yeah, I think any site that's designated in the housing element, the plans and policies of the programs would apply. It would be rezoned to high density. Every site, unless the type of development that's proposed, as long as it still requires discretionary approval, still subject to CEQA, that would still come through. So a development proposal at this site, I would anticipate, would still come through and require review for flooding, for drainage, and all of those issues at the time of project consideration.
Yeah, I think these sites are not designated on the FEMA flood insurance maps as being flood hazards, but there are drainage issues and there are flooding problems along Little Bear Creek. So that would, you could dedicate the site for potential housing development, and then that would need to be evaluated as part of our environmental review on this document, as well as any future development of that property as it moves forward.
Are you comfortable with that response?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with it. As I say, any development's got to have the scrutiny of making sure that it is not going to make the situation worse in Bolsono's. And actually, the situation in Bolsono's really needs to be corrected before I can go support anything with that. And that could be sometime down the line.
So I'm comfortable keeping these sites in the plan, so long as the environmental risk gets analyzed and we don't actually build until we know that we've got a plan to address those concerns.
So then we have 13.
I just want to make sure we have 3 on that, because I heard from Supervisor Askew and you, but no one else.
And I'm good with areas 5 and 6 as well to be included.
It's 3.
It really helps staff rather than 3 if we could know how the whole board feels in case we have to make judgment calls while we're running numbers.
That leaves Supervisor Adams and Lopez.
Supportive.
For 5 and 6.
So supportive of keeping them in?
Leaving 5 and 6 in. But okay. I've already, made it pretty clear where our position is going to be on the flooding issue. There has got to be dealt with before.
So are you saying leave it in, but it's a question? Or are you saying take it out?
It's in, but if witty proposal that comes through, it's got to come in with with that flooding issue having been handled.
Okay, then I agree with that.
And so that leaves us with that moves us to 13 at the airport, which I'm we're talking about removing things here, and I think we need to consider leaving 13 in.
Yeah, so site 13 is it's an interesting site, and I will just refer us back to, we received a letter from the City of Marina. The City of Marina received a presentation about our housing element, and there are some very real concerns that the city has expressed specific to the proximity to the airport. CSUMB has also, not specific to our housing element, but has some concerns with the development being proposed at Site 13 as well. I think there's some ways to mitigate and address what those concerns are, but I think we are a little premature before moving forward with the inclusion of Site 13 on this particular housing element. If we need to come back, we will be continuing to work through those issues. If we need to come back for a mid-year revision, I think we could potentially be looking at the inclusion of Site 13 as a future opportunity site. I just think at this point right now, there's, I would be remiss if I didn't very clearly express and share the concerns. And to be more specific, we had our SEDS report this morning, which spoke to the opportunities for advanced air mobility at the marina, headquartered at the marina airport. And there are concerns about the proximity of this particular housing to airport operations. So I think we need to get those things resolved, and I believe there is a path to resolving those concerns so that we can move forward without, move forward in partnership with the city that would be the one providing services to this neighborhood.
What's the density proposed on this one?
Well, it would be rezoned high-density residential, 20 units per acre, potentially. It is designated as planned development mixed use, and I'm not 100% clear on what the density is absent a rezoning at the moment.
I guess on this one, I'm just a little confused. I mean, we have a willing partner, we have water, we have all the elements we need. I'm just confused on why we wouldn't put this one forward, given everything we've heard. Am I missing, I mean, by leaving it in at this point, it allows for the conversation to happen around an understanding that we're prioritizing housing, especially at a heavy density. So I'm just not understanding why we would remove this one at this point.
Well, the city of Marina has very clearly gone on record stating that they would not like us to include this site at this point in time. And I would like the opportunity to engage in some additional conversations with the city, with UC Best, with CSUMB, so that we make sure that we're moving forward in a way that is in partnership with the neighboring cities. That would be my request.
And has UC wants it in or out? In.
Yeah. So I'm comfortable leaving it in and starting the conversation from a point of strength and our values and priorities being set forward in these policies and honoring those.
Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, we know this property is an important one, a very strategic one as well. And I hear that Marina has concerns. They didn't come speak here during the hearing. And even if it were to be included, even before any project could be developed, it has to come to the permitting and approval process. So those concerns can be addressed at some future point. There will be plenty of opportunity to be able to do that. But I did hear from UC Santa Cruz's representative here that they do want to be included. But to the point about Joby Aviation technology in the county, the fact that we lost to Ohio, a big part of that was that we didn't have enough workforce housing. Joby was asking, one of the biggest demands was to have housing for its workforce. At that time, it was potentially 1,800 employees. Nonetheless, Joby is still expanding with the amount of 600 additional new jobs. But that demand for workforce housing for its workforce didn't go away. It's still there. And this could be one of those strategic sites that could complement that industry. You're not going to get any closer to that than those homes that could be potentially there and to complement those increase in those types of jobs in our county. So I think in light of what we've seen, the significant numbers we removed from sites 1 through 4, I'd be really reluctant to remove 13, considering the amount that we've removed already today. Thank you.
I'm concerned with how the numbers might be and whether we have to go back and adjust something else. We remove 13, but would we know if we left this to be decided on when we come back, would that be time enough to get enough input, do you think? Supervisor Askew from the...
I mean, it would be better than nothing, but I will just say I think that the request as it currently stands, so this is a higher education site. They do have some mechanisms to move forward without being included necessarily. I would just like to, we're not at a point where I think the city is comfortable or our neighbors are comfortable putting it in. And I appreciate the comment about the city of Marina wasn't here. There were, I don't know if I heard more than a handful of District 4 residents. I think we heard a lot of people who are well organized come out. Just because the residents that I represent weren't here in force, I do know that the concerns that they have were represented in the letter that the city sent.
Well, if UC was going to go ahead and do this and they had ways to do it around us, I mean, I surely would want them included in these numbers then. But I can support, seeing this come back, to see where the numbers look and see how this fits in, and in August when we come back onto it. But I do think there are some real concerns that we might have to visit some of these others at that point, and consider putting them back in if the numbers aren't making sense. But of course, we have these other three potentials. You said there was some in Marina itself or somewhere, and
there is an alternative site in Marina that the city has proposed and would be supportive of, that's within the city limits, which would be an ideal location.
How large is it?
I don't have we'd have to study the site and the breakdown.
That doesn't help us, though.
In arena numbers, it doesn't help our county on arena. It helps Marina achieve theirs.
No, it actually would account towards county arena numbers with partnership of the city, and the city has expressed interest in that. I'll also just state that nowhere else in the county, we've rectified bad planning in most other portions of this housing element. Nowhere else in the county are we proposing to drop close to 1,000 units at one location. This would be a development of significant proportions that is not located adjacent to schools, nor any of the resources that we say we need. The city has identified an alternative location, and I think it would be in our best interest to engage with the city before moving forward and potentially missing out on an opportunity to include a site that does have access to all of the resources that we would want this type of housing to have.
Why wouldn't we do both?
The city would need to be our partner to include the other site, from what I understand. So if we want to work with the city, we should show that we want to work with the city, and I would like for us to work in partnership with the city.
So it's the city or UC Santa Cruz? Is that kind of what it's coming down to?
Don't believe it's an either-or situation. I'm just saying we need more time to, at this point, if we include the triangle parcel, we're doing so in opposition from all of the surrounding stakeholders. We haven't done that with other sites that we're proposing, and I'm just asking that we hold off on putting Site 13 in if we can make the numbers work, so that the city, UCMBS, the county, CSUMB, all have more time to come to a place where we're not pushing a boulder up a hill, but we have everyone working with us together to make something successful happen.
So I'd be supportive of making a final decision on that in a couple of months, but what's the rest of the board? I think Supervisor Alejo said he was in favor. I'm sorry, Lopez or Alejo?
Still a fan of leaving it in.
You want it in. Supervisor Adams?
Well, if we just had a guarantee that we could be swapping the UC site for the Marina site, I'd feel a whole lot better. But, I don't know that that's actually, something that we can count on.
And I'm aware we may have a little tinkering to do in early August when this comes back anyway.
So can we leave it in the Tinker Zone then? Tinker Bell?
Does that mean it's in, or is it in limbo?
Yeah.
I said, let's, we can address it then, but it's whatever, Supervisor.
I'll ride with you.
Okay.
Yeah, then it would be 2-1 to leave it in.
I think is what I understand is there's 2 to leave it in, and 3 are saying let's see how the numbers look, and we'll look at perhaps putting it in August, or seeing, just depends how things look, because of my understanding is Mr. Spencer is that he's concerned about the numbers and how everything matches up. We might have to put something else in elsewhere if we don't put this in.
If it were rephrased to delete if possible, Would that change the?
So we would be looking at deleting site 48 and site 13 if possible, in order to maintain our affirmatively fair housing percentages.
And the overall numbers, yes.
I don't know, and again, we will look at, it's many different factors, and so I think understanding what's most important, then we'll look at all of the scenarios. I don't believe there is a set percentage threshold for AFFH. I don't want to misspeak, but I haven't heard a set designated threshold that we have to have a certain amount. So we will look into how all of these affect the analysis.
I feel that I think we just need a little more information to make the determination here on 13. Just in
My
my
inclination
own
is to
personal-
kind of support it, but I'm ready to wait and defer on that, and again, have it come back in August.
Okay.
For final determination.
And maybe if Craig or Melanie could speak to that on the timing, right? If we're going to be submitting a document to the HCD without 13, what does that mean in terms of even our numbers and coming back and redoing it all in August?
I don't think we're submitting, Supervisor. We're directing staff to look at these new sites, look at what the direction they're getting, to come back at the earliest possible time, which we believe is going to be the first meeting in August, and then we would pass it on to the state.
But I thought a conversation earlier on in the meeting was whether staff it was left to be determined whether we would come back for another hearing before it gets submitted to the state, or whether staff would submit it to the state and then come back to us in a couple of months or so. I wasn't clear on what the process was going to be after today.
I think the board needs to make that decision.
Yeah, I'm in favor of having it come back in a couple of months, and then we go to the state. That's where my position is. I don't know what everybody else says needs to state theirs.
I'm worried about that, because the longer we don't submit, the more on the bad side we get with the state, and they control the money. That, I don't know, Melanie and Craig, if I'm really off on that, but I expect that we should be working to get it up there as quickly as possible.
We are in need of providing a timeline to state enforcement on our housing element. We have an inquiry letter. They've asked for a timeline, and the decision on coming back to the board for a workshop before submitting or submitting after it's revised is probably a 2 to 3 week addition that we would include in our timeline in our response if that's the direction of the board. If not, then we would be that a month or so ahead. In the meantime, the builder's remedies in effect, and some ability or inability to get state grant funding is also in play.
Is there any possibility, and I'm not talking about what's already planned in a long-term agenda, but is there any possibility this could come back by the 16th of July?
We're going to get it back as soon as we can.
That's right.
I think
that's right. We don't have Supervisor Alejo that month, so that would be. All right.
Unless a special meeting is called third week of July.
You're available the third week in July?
Yeah, I get back on the 18th. So a special short meeting could be called for an important topic like this one.
It's the 19th on a Friday.
Is that enough time change that's going to make a significant difference to the state?
We haven't had time to digest all of this and think about how long it'll take. We're committed to getting it done as soon as possible. I think on the very fastest side, 2 to 3 weeks if we're just deleting sites, but adding sites and some other things is probably going to take us 3 to 4 weeks. And so we're going to have to we're going to have to put our heads together on what the direction is and what it will take to revise this document before we can give.
We have several sites here that have been proposed, like these in Pajaro, that I think really need some deep consideration. So the fact is, it looks like wouldn't be able to do that and make that timeline of shortly after the 16th. That what I'm reading from your statement?
I think I'm hard pressed to commit to that at the moment. I want to say yes. I just don't know. I don't know if I can get it done in that time.
So then maybe we go right back here again to August. So we need to make a decision. Again, I want to see these other sites that have been proposed myself looked at, considered before we submit to the state. I think that's important. And so that's where my position stands, is we come back on the 10th or what is the meeting in August? I can't remember. The 13th. The 13th is the first meeting.
And for clarification, there was time available on August 20th, so that's where we have a placeholder right now. It was limited time, so should the chair and the clerk of the board wish to try to make room on the 13th, otherwise, I think right now we have time on the 20th.
We'll make room on the 13th.
So you need support to bring it back on the 13th? Is that what is that the question? I could support, if we could be clear about the sites and the removal of site 13, I'd be comfortable giving direction to say, evaluate the other potential sites that weren't added, add those that you can, and get it submitted. But if we can't be clear about the removal of site 13, I would want it to come back so that we can make sure that we're evaluating everything clearly.
Is there a time frame by which you have to get the timeline up to the state, or they will stop allowing us grant money?
I think we're past that timeline already.
If I may, just for clarification, so we are past the window. We are at risk of the penalties that could incur in conversations and with the notice the notice that we received from the state in conversation with state HCD staff. They are most concerned that, yes, we keep moving the process forward. They absolutely recognize that Monterey County is actually engaging with its community, and we are trying to get a housing element that works. And they were open to, as long as we give a definite timeline. We needed direction from this meeting to be able to then refine and develop that timeline for submittal. I cannot attest for the state, but in the grand scheme of things, I think it's good planning practice to make sure that we have a housing element that is generally acceptable to you all for submittal. And I can say, based on the site removals and some of the sensitivity testing I did, we are close, and staff is gonna need a little time to really work through and see how the sites fare out based on these various suggestions.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Chair.
Darby, do you have a comment to make?
Yeah, I was just going to respond to the question about the grants. The grants like the PLHA and home funding all require the county to have a compliant certified housing element in place to apply. So as of now, we are ineligible to apply for funding through most state grant programs.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, just on question on process, wouldn't it make more sense for staff to update the draft housing before submittal to the state and before our next meeting with 13 included, since you are leaning in towards including it? Mary, Supervisor Adams is leaning towards including it, rather than leaving it out for now and then coming back on the 13th of August and saying, okay, now go revise it once more with 13th included. It just makes more sense not to waste staff's time to include 13 and then see where we stand on when we come back on August 13th. But it just gives, I think it's better direction to staff rather than coming to the 13th, not having it, and then giving them direction at that point to include it back in before they submit it to the state. I just want us to have the clearest picture when we come back and revisit this in August.
Well, if what it takes to get the majority on the board to have this come back in August is to put 13 on, but then have it discussed again at that point, I'll go for that. But I haven't heard definite that we're even coming back in August at this point. I think.
Glenn, sorry, but did you mean that we will go ahead and submit it now?
No, I'm hoping. I think we have to add things in here. We're not going to have a lot of these new suggestions that have come in to be able to be submitted. And I want to see whether they're viable and what they look like before we submit to the state. Because if we submit to the state's going to approve it. And then,
Not necessarily.
Just a quick question for Craig and Melanie. Where we're at now, if the sites were to be submitted, can it be amended to remove sites as we move forward, allowing us to submit them with the understanding that because this is draft, this is not the final. So we'll be able to still, it's a living document, we could potentially remove or add to sites even though it's gone to the state?
Yes, we could. It may complicate the final review and certification if there's something new that wasn't in their initial review, but there's nothing that would prevent us from doing that.
looking for direction from the board.
I think we should.
I'm still in Mary's boat. I want both. I want both the projects.
I think we should go ahead and just get it done and submit it, knowing that we will be able to, when it comes back to us, we can take a look at it then, and we can tinker with it at that point. But in my mind, I think getting it into the state is the more important thing than little bits here and there. I really think it's critical.
1,000 units adjacent to a city that isn't supportive is not little bits here and there.
We talk about the impact on the numbers and keeping balance and making sure that they're going in places that the state will support, and removing 1,000 to me, it seems like an inevitability that it's going to throw off the balance of all the charts we're going to bring back. So we're just kicking the can while we continue to fall behind on the state's timeline. So I appreciate the concern, but at this point, it's kind of what are our priorities? I got elected to bring housing to the folks in our communities that are living in garages, the people who don't have a place to call home. And I mean, I'll share, I just shared pictures from that new project that's going up in Greenfield, and my office hasn't stopped fielding calls from people begging, can you get me in? How do I get in the line? How do I move to the front of the list? Please. And they tell us their stories, and it's just heartbreaking. I just can't sit up here and say I'm not going to put those values and priorities forward given that. And this is an opportunity. And I get the consternation. I do.
And don't get me wrong, we're building housing in District 4. We are cutting ribbons for affordable housing in District 4. There was a statement that we haven't built multifamily housing in that area. We have a ribbon cutting that you're all invited to down the street for the Chispa Alfred Diaz Infante units next month. We've cut literally construction is happening on Lightfighter Village in Marina right now. We're building hundreds of housing units in Marina literally as we speak. So in no way am I saying that I don't value and prioritize housing. I'm saying that the decisions that we make right now, today, and with this housing element have significant, long-lasting repercussions on how our community gets built out. I'm saying that we have an alternative site that the city has proposed. By including Site 13 now, we potentially limit our ability to engage with the city on a site that we want to see developed in a location that we want to see developed. So I'm just saying, I am asking for the support of my colleagues to allow us more time for that conversation to happen in the city of Marina with our neighbors. We will have future opportunities to continue adding opportunity sites. We will have future housing element cycles. This is not the end of the conversation by any means, and in no way am I saying that I don't want that site developed. We 100% want to move forward with that housing development for the educators. We want to work with UCM Best, and we want to see it happen, but it needs to happen in the right way, and that's what I'm asking.
So I'm trying to get the direction of the board here. I mean, I lean to supporting this, but I would prefer to wait off till August myself and then submit. But I think if I'm reading correctly, Supervisor Adams, Lopez, and Alejo, you're all in favor of including 13 and submitting now. Is that correct?
Yes.
You have a majority there. What else do we have to cover here on this?
Site, so one, I just wanted to be clear, did we just get direction 3-1 to include 13
3 to 2.
and 3-2, thank you, and directly submit to the state, Adams, Lopez, Alejo?
That is correct.
Okay, then the next one is, there was just talk about 44, but I don't know where the consensus landed.
44 stays in.
To keep, thank you, thank you.
Just one more clarification. I want to make sure you have it, Melanie, was that you still wanted the board still wanted those other sites looked at. And I think originally the discussion was, if necessary, I think to ensure there were sufficient numbers, I just want to make sure that you're clear that that would still occur, right, as part of the submittal?
Yeah.
You'll see the numbers, right? And you'll know if we're not cutting it. And you'll be able to communicate with us, with Sonia right away. Am I assuming this correctly?
Well, so I'm tracking some of what I understand to be the direction. There's delete everything the PC recommended deleting except for the 2 sites in Chular. Leave in sites 5 and 6 near Bolsa Knolls, but address drainage and flooding issues. Keep site 13 for now. Keep site 44 for now. Submit to the state once we make the revisions. And explore and vet the suggestion by the city of Marina for their site, the suggestion from the Pajaro community for sites in Pajaro and Las Lomas, and the 3 sites proposed by Patrick Orozco. Most of them were Carmel Valley. And those will change the numbers and adding and subtracting in some ways, and so we will see where it ends up.
And just for further clarification, since you are submitting now, then we don't have to hurry back on the August 13th. We can just do it on August 20th, I think, when we can take up the remaining issues on this.
Yeah, I think it'd be wise to report back to the board in any fashion, whether we hold another workshop before submitting to state HCD or not.
You didn't mention 48, so I just wanted to make sure you also caught removal of 48.
Removing 48.
Yes, remove 48 and remove 1s, 2, 3, and 4. And based on all of that, staff can submit. We will come back on August 20th with whatever status update that we have on that day.
Is there any loose ends untied?
Yes.
Supervisor Alejo?
A couple questions. One for staff on sites 1, 2, 3, and 4 that were removed. If the developer were to utilize the builder's remedy, would that play a factor from here as we don't have a housing element?
Yeah.
I just don't want any surprises for the public later, because when we don't have a housing element, it gives the builder, the developer, other rights when counties don't have a housing element. So just because they're removed today, I just want to be clear, there might be another process for the developer to engage in obtaining permits. If you could explain that.
Yeah, I mean, we are subject to the Housing Accountability Act and the Builder's Remedy as long as we're not in compliance with our housing element, so that it is a possibility. That would allow a developer to submit an application and limit the ability of the county to deny that application or modify it in a way that would make it less affordable for housing development. There's also the underlying zoning and general plan designation that could still apply. So, you know, properties that aren't housing opportunity sites can also still develop according to all the normal rules and regulations. We can still claim credit for housing built on those sites. It's just they're not the housing opportunity sites we're developing. They don't have the benefit of the HDR 20 zoning in some cases and some other things that we're trying to make more enticing for development on those sites that we're looking at identifying in this plan.
Yeah, I just wanted the public to be aware about that because it could be an issue down the road. The only other two minor issues I have were regarding the Pajaro sites. I know the member of the public mentioned they were technically in Las Lomas. Have we done any analysis on those, or are those in the former Rancho Los Robles property?
That is my understanding. I've looked at maps of those because I just heard about them last night. That would be the former Los Robles one there on Sill Road. The other sites are actually in the community. There are a lot of existing buildings there. I don't know any more details about it at this point.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Look forward to getting more on that. And then the last one was on the Orozco properties. They mentioned their properties, but I know you mentioned it recently, Craig, a few minutes ago. So are those properties included or are they out? That's my last question.
Yeah, so I caught a couple of things he said. He owns a property that's in the housing opportunity site map that has not been disputed right now. I think it's site 23. He also is considering or requesting the addition of a site off 10 Flight Road in Carmel Valley Village. That's where the Blue Sky Lodge is located. And then the old bank building off Via Nona Marie, right next to site 23 in the Carmel Barnyard area. That would be a redevelopment of an existing commercial site. And if there was another one, I missed it. I may have been. Yeah, so I think he was interested in one of the sites that is actually the parking lot near the same, the Via Nona Marie, and the sort of underutilized parking lot behind the commercial buildings near the barnyard.
So are those included, Craig?
There was one more. Thank you, Melanie. I'm sorry.
Mr. Roscoe respond. He's got his.
Yeah, there was one more that was a Mid-Valley site, which is actually adjacent to one of the sites we have in there that is a non-vacant site on the north side of the shopping center in Mid-Valley, the Safeway area. North and kind of near closer to the Carmel River. Obviously, they'd have to maintain a setback from the river, but I think the request included that site as well. And I can show a map of that as well. It's probably easier. Okay. If we share the staff left, is it left? Oh, we can't share that one. Okay, so the Safeway at the mouth of the valley is kind of near where the existing sites are, the Via Nona Marie and Site 23. Oh, it is mine. Here we go. I can control it, yeah. Okay, here's our Safeway. We actually have this area near Berwick and Center Street, some existing office-based buildings designated as site opportunity site. The proposal would be to designate this area. So we can explore that. We also have this larger area, which is site 44 that's been discussed. And then Blue Sky Lodge is going to be out off Flight Road.
In the village.
Yeah.
Keep going.
I'm looking up when I should be looking.
Look at Rippling River. It's right across the
Right
street
here.
from Rippling River. Yeah.
This area.
So have we got all the loose ends on this matter now tied up?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're going to explore the Marina suggestion, explore the Pajaro suggestion, explore the 3 sites we just went through. And I think I went through all the other stuff, so that I won't go through that again.
So
I think Melanie may have a question, but.
Just clarification, when we explore those ad sites, if they look good, I'm seeing no concerns with those sites potentially being added.
Well, I think that's what we're coming back on the 20th for, right?
Are you saying, Melanie, that the 3 Orozco sites?
Roscoe, I mean, I'm yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
So I think we're getting maybe some confused direction, because I got direction, include 13, evaluate these sites and submit to state HCD. In order to do that, that doesn't give us time to come back and share what we learn through the vetting of these additional sites. I think it's because that timeline, so just for clarity, once we identify sites, then the document has to be updated. And so so if the desire was to come back on those sites that we haven't yet vetted, but I don't think the intention was.
I think the board's intention, and I could be wrong, was to look at those sites and to add them if they are viable.
Yes.
Thank you. That's the clarity I wanted. Thank you.
Okay, so I just going to try to make this one kind of brief, just on a summary of all this as well, because I know we're at a late hour, but one thing I think has led to a lot of confusion with the public is unfortunately, and this report is, what the consultants' work they've done is a lot of good background information, but it's clearly written by somebody who doesn't live in Monterey County. And I think it leads to a lot of confusion. One lady got up here earlier from Aromas and raised the important issue that those Roma sites were identifying supermarkets in Aromas, which are nothing more than convenience stores. And I think that really it points to a problem is when we're bringing consultants in, I think we need to have them so they understand our community, our culture, and the people better than they are. Earlier today, we had another consultant who spoke about a decline in population over the last years in North County. And he was actually referring to Seaside, which anybody in Monterey County realizes Seaside is not North County. So
It's north of Big Sur.
Yeah. So I don't know what we can do, but I think across the board we gotta get our consultants so they really understand what's going on here better, and I think it would take care of a lot of problems. So with that, we can actually close item 14 and go back to 13. Mr. Ishii. Yes, I'm sorry. We have everybody here. I saw Randy, and that's what.
Thank you very much, Chair, members of the board. Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. And for item number 13, as well as the same themed Pajaro County Sanitation District item, we have Lynette Redmond with our Special Districts Division. And I'll hand the floor over to her.
Good afternoon, Chair Church, and members of the board. I'm Lynette Redmond, Special Districts Management Analyst at Public Works Facilities, Parks. And I am here to present the delinquent accounts for the Pajaro County Sanitation District sewer customers.
Sorry, I think
it's Chular. We're looking for
Chular? Okay, I'm
because
sorry.
then they have to convene as a Pajaro sanitation.
Got it.
For Service Area 75.
I was just happy to be up here. So this public hearing addresses delinquent County Service Area 75 Chular sewer customer accounts for calendar year 2023. In 1999, the Board of Supervisors adopted ordinances removing sanitation service from the tax rolls and instead provided for a monthly billing system. On June 22nd, 2004, the board adopted ordinance number 04224, establishing the current procedure for collection of delinquent account fees for CSA 75. So this procedure includes holding an annual public hearing to hear the report of delinquent fees and any objections by property owners liable to be assessed for the delinquent fees. Monterey One Water provides sewer billing services and submitted account data to the county staff that was used to prepare the delinquent sewer account reports. This information was updated yesterday at the end of the day and is reflected in the updated report of delinquent accounts provided to you. So at the time this report was written, there were unpaid balances for calendar year 2023 totaling $15,841.55 for 21 accounts, despite multiple billing notices. At the end of yesterday, 7 accounts had been paid in full, leaving 14 accounts with outstanding balances. The current outstanding past due amount, including penalty fees, is $11,114, and this number of delinquent accounts is consistent with previous year's delinquent accounts. Updated reports were submitted to the clerk of the board today, and that should have been distributed with your report. On April 12, 2024 and May 6, 2024, affected property owners were notified by letter that they have past due amounts as of December 31st, 2023 that are subject to collection through a lien on their property. Notices of this public hearing were mailed not less than 10 days prior to the hearing and was also published in the Monterey County Weekly. Staff received a small number of calls related to the delinquent account notices during the notification process. However, no calls were received contesting any of the delinquent fees. This completes my report.
Thank you, Lynette. Is there any public comment on this? Nope. Oh, there is one, sorry.
Larry Bacon.
Larry, are you, this is for Special District 75 in Schular.
That's a mistake. Take me off.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll close it, bring it back here for the board for action.
Move approval of staff recommendation.
Supervisor Lopez.
Second, Alejo.
Yep. We have a second. And we need a roll call.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Ruascu. Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Church.
Aye. All right, thank you. And with that, we'll move on. We'll recess to the Pajaro County Sanitation District. May I have the roll call, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference pursuant to AB 2499.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Are there any public comments? I see none. One scheduled matter for the delinquent sanitation fees.
Thank you. So this public hearing addresses the delinquent Pajaro County Sanitation District sewer customer accounts for calendar year 2023. In 1999, the Board of Supervisors adopted ordinances removing sanitation service charges from the tax rolls and provided for a monthly billing system. In 2007, the board adopted an ordinance establishing the current procedure for collection of delinquent fees for the Pajaro County Sanitation District. This procedure includes holding an annual public hearing to hear the report of delinquent fees and objections by property owners liable to be assessed for the delinquent fees. Monterey One Water provides sewer billing services and submitted account data to county staff that was used to prepare the delinquent sewer fees. This information was updated yesterday afternoon and is reflected in the updated report of delinquent accounts provided to you today. At the time this report was written, there were unpaid balances for calendar year 2023 totaling $47,018.73 for 82 accounts, despite multiple billing notices. As of yesterday, 56 accounts have been paid in full. The current outstanding past due amount, including penalty fees, is $37,830.42. This number of delinquent accounts is consistent with previous year's delinquent accounts. On April 12th and May 6th, affected property owners were notified by letter that they have past due amounts as December 31st, 2023 that are subject to collection through a lien on their property. Notices of this public hearing were mailed not less than 10 days prior to the hearing and were also published in the Monterey County Weekly Staff. Staff received a small number of calls related to delinquent notices during this notification process. However, no calls were received contesting any of the delinquent fees.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? With that, I'll bring it back here to the board. I'll move to approve.
I'll second you.
May we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Director Lopez? Yep. Director Root Askew? Aye. Director Adams?
Aye.
Director Alejo?
Aye.
Director Church?
Aye. Thank you. With that, we moving. I believe we have referrals here. We have a new referral. Yes.
Sorry about that. There is a new referral, and was submitted by Supervisor Alejo, and it is for staff to work with the maintenance contract related to this site, 168 West Alisal Street Government Center. And as a follow-up, we have our purchasing division has been working directly with the impacted individuals and the vendors. The agreements were recently approved by the board, so now we have a relationship with these new vendors, and a warm handoff is being worked on. And there's also a pamphlet that's been created to ensure that all individuals that may be displaced as a result of an ending contract will have resources that they could access so that we could provide their information should they want to share it with the incoming vendors. And all that work was already in place by the purchasing department, but there will be an upcoming brief from the team.
Thank you.
Sonia, if I may, board chair, also to add to what Sonia is saying, there's an email that was just sent recently, just like 20 minutes ago. Sonia, probably you haven't seen a chance, but the employee that was displaced has actually placed now. Is no longer displaced, so I think there is no need for this referral anymore. Although there's still a program for all the other displaced employees, but the employee specifically for 168 West Alisal has been already placed with the contractor, and is going to continue to provide services as currently does.
There was a second piece related to the request, and I believe there's a referral that's been sent over to the district attorney's office as well. As just informing them of a couple issues that were going on. But as appropriate, we'll have an update to Supervisor Alejo and potentially the board.
Right. Thank you. That will move.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Alejo, go ahead.
I want to thank our staff, Deborah Wilson and the rest of the team that followed through on this. I think there is good news developing today, at least for the main worker that I was concerned about, but I know the rest of her team is in the same predicament in this transition. And so the good news that just broke, thank you very much. It means a lot to her. And hopefully her family will also be, could end up with the same outcome as well. And there was some other legal issues that I asked our DA to take a look at. But I think I just want to thank the staff for moving forward so quickly on this and potentially a really good outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move to referral response number 17, which is a referral on the speed hump policy.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks, and with me online are members of my traffic engineering section, as well as one of our administrative staff who will bring up the brief PowerPoint presentation we have to assist with the conversation today. In the interest of time, staff will do its best to compress the presentation that much further and hit the main points. And so with that, Ms. Reyes, if you'd please bring up our PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. And so as introduced, this is a preliminary analysis report on the speed hump cost waiver for low-income communities board referral. The next slide that we'll go to will show the overview of the presentation, which here again will go over the background, the process, challenges, and then recommendations. Let's go and go to the next slide, please. By way of background, Supervisor Church's office submitted board referral number 2024.05. Staff is going to skip over these next bullet points because all of it is in your board packets and for the public as well. Just hitting on the last point is that the speed humps typically cost somewhere in the order of $12,000 to $17,000 per speed hump, and that excludes the soft costs such as engineering, construction management, and other factors. And so the goal of the referral is at the bottom of this background slide, and it is staff's understanding. Let's go to the next slide. In terms of the process, the first part is to define and identify disadvantaged communities within the county. There are many definitions of disadvantaged communities. We want to make sure that as a county, we're proceeding consistently with the state and federal standards of that definition. One of those entities that we have seen through the grant application process through the state is Cal EPA's definition under Cal EnviroScreen, and there's other entities such as USDA that have their own definitions. So what staff will be bringing back when this is more refined is a better definition of disadvantaged communities, so we're all on the same common playing field. Afterwards, staff will develop a framework for the analytic factors, prioritization criteria, and selection. It is staff's anticipation that there could be many requests that come in, thus we need to be able to prioritize that with the county's limited resources. So we'll be bringing back a prioritization criteria for the board. Next, we'll be developing the application process and make any policy amendments to the existing speed hump policy if necessary. And then afterwards, because speed humps and traffic calming measures tend to be contentious in communities, we'll also have to have the contingency plan for what happens when they need to be removed. So we'll develop a process for removal of the speed humps for those communities who decide they don't want them after all. Moving on, there could be some element of California Environmental Quality Act review or CEQA and other permits that might be necessary, so we'll make sure to cover those. The next step, when we bring this back to the board, is to talk about acquiring funding for these betterments. These speed humps are not typical road features. These are above and beyond what we would do on a road, so there's going to be some element of additional cost that has to be covered somehow. Afterwards, the staff will be implementing the proposal, and what staff will recommend overall globally with the board referral response is that when we bring this proposed policy back, we recommend doing a pilot period or a trial period with this, and that's because of the sometimes contentious nature of speed humps and other traffic calming countermeasures. Staff recommends doing this as either a 1 to 2 year trial period. So let's go on to the next slide. To talk about our resources that will be required. The first set of resources are staffing, which will primarily come from this department in its traffic engineering section. There will be some involvement by Housing and Community Development, the Office of County Counsel, and the CAO's office. In terms of costs, the costs are not fully developed at this point in time, but will consist primarily of staff time and construction costs. Here again, speed humps, per speed hump itself is on the order of $12,000 to $17,000 just for the cost of the construction. There are other soft costs that will be associated with the installations. And so in terms of a schedule to bring this back to the board, staff anticipates bringing something back to the board prior to January 1st of 2025. Moving on to the next slide. The challenges that staff foresees in this, there are not very many. The primary one is going to be a funding source. Here again, this is something that is above and beyond what is on a standard county road. So there is going to be a discussion about what that funding source might look like, potentially something from general fund if available, because these are, after all, betterments to a road, and they serve only isolated communities. In doing some benchmarking with some other communities who have had their own speed hump policy, one of the suggestions was to do a special assessment district because it's typically that one neighborhood that benefits from a speed hump and not the entire motoring public as a whole. But since the referral is designated towards helping out the low-income and disadvantaged communities, that's not something we'll be exploring. We'll be looking more towards some other funding source outside of our own road fund. And so moving on to our second to last slide, the recommendations and options that staff have before the board is to, number one, to continue with the process, which is staff's recommendation, continue working on this pilot program and its framework, and then bring it back to the board as necessary for any board approvals, but also for the board to see. The other options available to the board are to modify the referral or to rescind the referral. And that takes us to our next and final slide. And we thank the board very much. We open up to your board for any questions or comments. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you for your work on this and your staff's work on this. Thank you. Is there any public comment on this matter? There's no public comment. Supervisor Adams.
So I'm wondering, will the pilot include just the speed humps, or will you be doing like those sort of baby roundabouts that are like down on Riker Street, traffic calming things? And are they more expensive or less expensive?
Thank you very much for the question, Supervisor Adams. That's an excellent question as it relates to traffic calming. Very specifically, and because the county has already had a speed hump policy in existence for years and is very similar to other county speed hump policies, staff is proposing to start off first with the speed humps themselves because they are some of the more commonplace countermeasures that can be placed. The ones that you've just referred to, such as mini roundabouts / compact roundabouts, those tend to be on the much more expensive side of the spectrum. In terms of traffic calming countermeasures, speed humps tend to be the choice that most public entities go with first because of the streamlined process and the costs are on the lower end of the spectrum. And then you can go to the opposite side of the spectrum, which is a full modern roundabout, which is in the order of millions of dollars. So we're starting off on the low end here, the economic side.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this? Again, I just want to thank you for this, and we just need to give direction on coming back, I guess, to proceed. So I'll make that motion. Second by Supervisor Adams.
I feel left out. That was the first one I missed.
Well, you snooze, you lose, right?
That's how it works.
You're, playing games on your phone. I don't
You have a roll call, please.
Yes. Supervisor Lopez. Yes. Supervisor Ruascu. Aye. Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Church.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Ishii. We do have I neglected our CAO's comments.
Just very brief comments this afternoon or evening, and really just trying to highlight today our library team. I know Hillary was here earlier and giving us an update on the hours, but the other piece that I really do want to share with our community is that we're heading into the summer, and we are actually already in the summer program at the library. So they have already started the summer reading club, and it's open for all ages. Anyone can join by walking into their library bench or enrolling online. Last summer, 14,000 meals were served to kids at our county library branches as part of lunch at the library. The program is in partnership with the schools, and not only feeds the bodies but engages families at the library, and we are doing it again this year. So engaging opportunities are available at our libraries, and they include shows, creating art, eating healthy food, and of course reading. To see the online calendar at the library's website, you can visit www.emcfl.org, and that way you could plan your summer sessions over at the library. In addition, we do want to acknowledge the great work of the library when it comes to supporting our county-wide community. Whenever we do have an emergency, they do open their sites, and these days where we need cooling centers, they're also becoming available and distributing water and serve as temporary evacuation points. Most notably, the Big Sur branch was just reopened, and during the highway closure, the library served the community through the library by mail. But in addition to that, I do want to highlight the chief of the fire department in Big Sur actually helped us with the library by ensuring that our historical documents remained moisture-free while the library was closed. So I do want to give a shout out to Chief Harris.
Chief Matt Harris.
Chief Matt Harris for taking care of our library resources. These are one-of-a-kind items that are at the Big Sur Library and historical in nature. And were it not for his support in driving by and dropping off silica packets to ensure that they did not over-moisturize, we would have potentially had an issue with our one-of-a-kind selection that's out in the library. So anyway, I just wanted to share that because we are supporting the community, and in turn, they are supporting us. So thank you.
We'll go to board comments. I'm going to give it to you first, Supervisor Alejo.
Oh, thank you very much. I only have one announcement. I wanted just to wish my mom a happy birthday. Today is actually her birthday, and she's a resident of North Salinas. But I did want to say my mom, for the first part of her life, she was a farm worker. She worked picking strawberries, and then she worked in the canneries and raised a family of 5 and working full time. And she still found the time to go to school in the evenings and the weekends in a vocational program to become a licensed vocational nurse, and eventually moved out of the fields and eventually went back to school at Hartnell and became a registered nurse. And the last 6 years of her career, she worked for the County of Monterey at the Alisal Health Clinic. So for me, she's an inspiration, but our parents are getting older. So every year that I have with my mom, I want to wish her happy birthday, and I wouldn't be the person I am without her. So that's my only announcement today. Happy birthday, Mom. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Askew, do you want to go?
Sure, no comments other than a happy birthday to you, Chair Church. You tried to get away without a celebration, but wishing you a happy birthday.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams?
Just 2 quick things. One, this Thursday, June 13th, is the next Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee meeting at 9:30 at the Carmel Valley Youth Center. And I'm planning to go to the Rancho Cielo graduation this coming Friday, because it is such an uplifting experience to go. If you feel like you just need to get pumped up, go out to Rancho Cielo. Thank you, especially at graduation.
Supervisor Lopez.
All right, lock in. I've got a long list for you guys. Just kidding. Next listening session for us is going to be in Greenfield on July 17th at 5:30 at the Greenfield Library, speaking about all the roles that the library plays for all of us. So I want to thank them for opening the doors for us. Our 4th annual open house is scheduled for Thursday, July 25th at 5 p.m. at Greenfield City Hall, where our office is also located. Wanted to announce that we've selected our South County Young Leaders for this year. There's 4 of them: Giselle Ochoa, Natalie Plasencia, Aaron Alvarez, and Yared Espinosa. So we welcome them aboard as they start this week in our office. Also just wanted to share that this weekend is also Father's Day. And so happy Father's Day, whether your father was a veteran, a supervisor, pastor, a field worker. They've made us who we are, and good, bad, and different. They're part of our stories that got us to a place where we're helping to influence the future of our county, where we might not always see eye to eye. I think we carry a lot of them with us. And so as we celebrate Father's Day this weekend and hold up their memories or celebrate them in person, just make sure that they know that every resident of Monterey County holds them up in these moments. And we're thankful for their presence, their being, and everything that they've dedicated to us and who we are. Good, bad, ugly, and indifferent, and even the beautiful stuff, too. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I will be very brief. And that I also wish to thank all the fathers around as we come to Father's Day. But I also want to just announce that look at my calendar right here. One thing I want to announce is that this Thursday, June 13th, between 5:30 and 7, we're having our town hall in Pajaro and Las Lomas at 505 San Juan Road, and hope to have a good turnout. I'm sure there will be, because the people in Pajaro are always turning out in large numbers in the last year. And with that, I believe we can close here. While it's still, I'm sorry.
No reportable action from Board of Supervisors or Water Resources Agency closed sessions.
I'm getting a little giddy here at the end and wanting to end while it still is afternoon and not evening. So good afternoon to everybody. On June 20th, on Thursday, for budget, and not on that next Tuesday, which is Juneteenth, or we're taking off. Actually, Juneteenth is Wednesday, but we have Tuesday off.